The doorbell rang at precisely 3:47 p.m. on a Tuesday afternoon, interrupting Elena Martinez's concentration as she reviewed quarterly reports at her dining room table. She wasn't expecting anyone. Her husband James was in Seattle for a conference. Her mother was in Arizona visiting her sister, and her best friend Casey had texted earlier that she was drowning in deadlines. Elena marked her place in the spreadsheet with a sticky note and padded toward the front door in her house slippers, still wearing the comfortable yoga pants and oversized sweater she'd changed into after her morning video calls. Through the frosted glass panel beside the door, she could make out two figures standing on her porch. The taller one appeared to be a woman, the shorter figure beside her reaching approximately to her shoulder. Elena experienced a flutter of unease. She lived in a safe neighborhood in Portland, Oregon, where Girl Scouts selling cookies and neighbors borrowing cups of sugar were the extent of unexpected visitors. But something about these silhouettes felt different, weighted with purpose. She opened the door halfway, keeping one hand on the frame. The woman standing before her was perhaps in her late 30s or early 40s, with auburn hair pulled back in a practical ponytail and tired green eyes that seemed to be searching Elena's face for something. She wore jeans and a rain jacket, appropriate for Portland's perpetually damp climate. Beside her stood a girl of about 13 or 14, with dark hair falling past her shoulders, olive skin, and brown eyes that were currently fixed on the welcome mat at her feet. "Elena Martinez?" the woman asked, her voice carrying a slight tremor despite an obvious attempt at composure. "Yes?" Elena's grip on the doorframe tightened slightly. The woman knew her name. This wasn't a random solicitation. "My name is Patricia Reeves. This is going to sound absolutely insane, and I apologize for showing up at your door like this without warning, but I've been trying to figure out how to approach this situation for weeks, and there just didn't seem to be a good way." Patricia paused, swallowing hard. "There's something we need to discuss about your medical history, specifically about a procedure you had done 15 years ago." Elena's mind raced backward through 15 years of doctor's appointments, routine checkups, that hernia surgery she'd had, the dental work following a bike accident. Nothing seemed particularly discussion-worthy, certainly nothing that would bring a stranger to her doorstep with a nervous teenager in tow. "I'm sorry, I don't understand. What procedure?" Elena's journalistic instincts, honed through years of investigative reporting before she'd moved into communications consulting, kicked in. She studied Patricia's face more carefully, noting the fine lines around her eyes, the way her jaw was set with determination, despite the anxiety radiating from her posture. Patricia glanced down at the girl beside her, who looked up for the first time, meeting Elena's eyes. There was something haunting in that gaze, a mix of curiosity, fear, and something else Elena couldn't quite identify. "Would it be possible for us to come inside? This isn't really a conversation for a doorstep, and I promise we're not here to harm you or cause trouble. I have identification, references, whatever you need to feel comfortable, but this is important, and it's complicated, and it involves Sophia here." She placed a protective hand on the girl's shoulder. Elena's journalistic instincts warred with basic caution. Everything about this situation screamed that she should politely decline and close the door, maybe call the police if they persisted. But those same instincts also recognized a story when they saw one, recognized genuine distress and urgency in Patricia's manner, and most compellingly, recognized that whatever was happening here was going to affect her whether she invited these strangers in or not. "All right," Elena said slowly, stepping back and opening the door wider. "Come in, but I should tell you my husband will be checking in with me shortly." It was a lie, but a reasonable precaution. "Of course, I understand," Patricia said, shepherding Sophia into the foyer. Both visitors took in their surroundings with quick, observant glances. Elena's home was tastefully decorated in warm neutrals, with pops of color from artwork collected during travels, bookshelves overflowing with volumes on journalism, history, and fiction, and photographs documenting 15 years of marriage to James. "Can I get you something to drink? Coffee? Water?" Elena asked, falling back on the rituals of hospitality while her mind continued to race. "Water would be lovely, thank you," Patricia said. Sophia nodded silently. Elena led them into the kitchen, a bright space with large windows overlooking her carefully tended garden. She gestured for them to sit at the kitchen island while she filled glasses from the filtered water dispenser in the refrigerator. Her hands were steadier than she felt, years of composure under pressure serving her well. Once they were all seated, Elena placed her hands flat on the cool granite countertop and looked directly at Patricia. "Okay, you have my attention. What is this about?" Patricia took a long drink of water, as if fortifying herself. When she set the glass down, she reached into her jacket pocket and pulled out a worn manila envelope. 15 years ago, you were 27 years old. You and your husband James were living in San Francisco, correct? Elena felt a chill run down her spine, despite the warmth of the kitchen. "Yes. How do you know that?" "In August of that year, you underwent an egg retrieval procedure at the Pacific Fertility Institute. You and James were participating in their egg donation program to help offset the costs of IVF treatments you were seeking for yourselves." The room seemed to tilt slightly. Elena gripped the edge of the counter, her knuckles whitening. She did remember. It felt like a lifetime ago, a different Elena in a different life. She and James had been trying to get pregnant for 2 years with no success. The fertility treatments were expensive, and their insurance covered almost nothing. The clinic had offered a split-cycle program where they could donate half of Elena's retrieved eggs to another couple in exchange for a significant reduction in the cost of their own IVF cycle. "We were anonymous donors," Elena said, her voice barely above a whisper. "The clinic assured us it was completely anonymous. There was no identifying information shared either way." "It was supposed to be," Patricia acknowledged, her expression sympathetic. "But there was a mistake, a clerical error in the paperwork processing. Your identity was inadvertently included in the medical records that were eventually provided to me after Sophia's birth." Elena looked at Sophia, really looked at her for the first time. The dark hair could have been from anyone, but those brown eyes, that specific warm shade like melted chocolate, that was James's eye color. And the shape of the girl's face, the way her chin came to a slight point, the arch of her eyebrows. Elena saw those features in the mirror every morning. "Are you saying—" Elena couldn't finish the sentence. Her heart was hammering so hard she could hear the blood rushing in her ears. "I'm saying that Sophia is your biological daughter," Patricia said gently. "She was conceived using your donated eggs and my late husband's sperm. I carried her, gave birth to her, raised her for 14 years. But genetically, half of her DNA comes from you." The kitchen swam in Elena's vision. She realized distantly that she had stopped breathing and forced herself to take a breath, then another. This couldn't be real. This couldn't be happening. She and James had never had children. After that IVF cycle failed, and the next one, and the one after that, they'd eventually made peace with their childlessness. They'd built a good life together, full of travel and career success and meaningful friendships. They'd mourned the children they would never have and moved forward. Except, apparently, impossibly, there had been a child all along. "I need to see proof," Elena heard herself say, surprised by the steadiness of her own voice. Years of journalism had taught her to demand evidence, to never accept extraordinary claims without verification. "Of course," Patricia said immediately, relief evident in her expression. She'd clearly been prepared for this response. From the manila envelope, she extracted a stack of papers and spread them across the kitchen island. "Here's Sophia's birth certificate. Here are the medical records from the fertility clinic showing the egg donation match. Here's a letter from the clinic's legal department acknowledging the clerical error and the breach of anonymity protocols. And here," she pulled out a sealed envelope, I thought you might want to conduct your own independent test. Elena's hands trembled as she picked up the birth certificate. Sophia Reeves, born June 15th, 14 years ago, at Good Samaritan Hospital in San Jose, California. Mother, Patricia Ann Reeves. Father, Marcus Daniel Reeves. She scanned through the medical records, her eyes catching on familiar details. The clinic's name, dates that corresponded with her own treatment timeline, the anonymous donor code she'd been assigned. The letter from the clinic's legal department was dated 6 months ago. It was addressed to Patricia Reeves and began with an apology for an unfortunate administrative error that resulted in the disclosure of donor identity information. It went on to explain that during a routine transfer of records from paper to digital format, a scanning error had resulted in a misfiled document that included Elena's full name and contact information as it existed 15 years prior. The letter assured Patricia that the clinic was taking steps to prevent such errors in the future and offered to facilitate contact between the parties if all involved consented. "Why now?" Elena asked, looking up from the papers. "If you've known my identity for 6 months, why come to me now? And why in person, rather than through the clinic or a lawyer?" Patricia's expression clouded with a complicated mix of emotions. "Because until 3 weeks ago, I wasn't sure what I should do with this information. Sophia didn't know she was conceived through egg donation. My husband Marcus and I had always planned to tell her when she was older, but then Marcus died in a car accident when Sophia was 6, and it never seemed like the right time. I was a grieving widow trying to keep our world from falling apart, and telling her that her origins were more complicated than she knew felt like it would only add to her trauma." Sophia's eyes were glistening with unshed tears now, her gaze fixed on her folded hands on the counter. "But 3 weeks ago, Sophia needed to have her appendix removed. It was emergency surgery and they needed to know her full medical history. I panicked and told her the truth about the egg donation because I thought it might be medically relevant. And once I told her, she had questions. So many questions. About you, about whether you knew about her, about whether you might want to know her." Elena felt as though she were watching this scene unfold from outside her own body. She looked at Sophia, this stranger who was somehow not a stranger, this child who had grown inside another woman's body but who carried Elena's genetic material in every cell. "What do you want from me?" Elena asked, directing the question to both Patricia and Sophia. "I don't mean that callously. I genuinely need to understand what you're hoping will happen here." For the first time since entering the house, Sophia spoke. Her voice was soft but clear, carrying a hint of the earnestness that characterized early adolescence. "I wanted to know who you were, what you're like, whether you're anything like me. Mom says I shouldn't expect anything from you, that you didn't sign up to be my mother, that you were just trying to help someone have a baby. But I still wanted to meet you, just once, to see." The simple honesty of it nearly broke something in Elena's chest. She thought about herself at 14, that age of such confusion and yearning, when identity felt both crucially important and impossibly elusive. How much more complicated must it be for Sophia, whose very origins had just been recontextualized? "Sophia," Elena said carefully, "I need you to understand something. When I donated those eggs 15 years ago, I was in a very difficult place. Your mom is right that I was trying to help someone have a baby, but I was also trying to have a baby of my own. My husband and I wanted children desperately, and we couldn't afford the treatments without the egg sharing program. I never thought I would meet a child conceived from my donated eggs. I never thought I would be in this situation." "I know," Sophia said quietly. "Mom explained all of that. I'm not asking you to be my mom or anything. I have a mom. I just wanted to meet you." Elena took a shaky breath. "I'm going to be honest with you both. This is a lot to process.
A few minutes ago, I didn't know you existed. Now I'm sitting here looking at what appears to be documentation that I have a biological daughter. I need time to wrap my head around this. I need to talk to my husband. I need to probably talk to a lawyer, and definitely a therapist. Of course, Patricia said quickly, we're not here to disrupt your life or make demands. I debated for weeks about whether to contact you at all, but Sophia's been so upset since she found out, so confused about her identity, and I thought meeting you might give her some peace of mind. I also thought you had a right to know, even though the donation was supposed to be anonymous. It seemed wrong to keep this information from you. Elena appreciated the acknowledgement, but also felt a surge of resentment that Patricia had made this choice for her, had decided that Elena needed to know, had shown up on her doorstep without warning. But she understood it too. If their positions were reversed, if she were the one who had raised this child and that child was struggling with questions about their origins, wouldn't she have done the same thing? Does anyone else know about this? Have you told other family members, friends? No. Patricia shook her head. Just me and Sophia. I wanted to speak with you first before involving anyone else. I thought you had the option of choosing how to handle this information. Elena nodded slowly. That was considerate, at least. She looked at the DNA testing kit still sitting sealed on the counter. Part of her wanted to insist on it immediately, needed the scientific verification before she could fully accept the reality of what was happening. But another part of her already believed it. The timeline matched perfectly, the clinic records seemed authentic, and most tellingly, there was something about Sophia's face that felt hauntingly familiar in a way that went beyond rational explanation.
I'd like to do the DNA test, Alina said finally, picking up the sealed kit. Not because I don't believe you, but because I need to be absolutely certain before I make any decisions about how to move forward. And I need to tell James. He deserves to know about this immediately. Of course, Patricia agreed. The kit is a simple cheek swab, results in about 48 hours if we overnight it. We can do it right now if you'd like, and I can take it to the FedEx store on my way home. Alina nodded and opened the package, reading through the instructions. The process was straightforward. She swabbed the inside of her cheek with the provided applicator, sealed it in its tube, then repeated the process for Sophia. Their eyes met briefly during the swabbing, and Alina saw the same nervous anticipation she felt reflected in the girl's gaze. Once the kit was sealed and labeled, Patricia slipped it back into her bag. I'll get this sent off today with expedited processing. They'll email the results to both of us. An awkward silence fell over the kitchen. Alina wasn't sure what happened next. Did they simply leave? Exchange phone numbers? Make plans to meet again? The etiquette for discovering an unknown biological child was not covered in any social situations she'd previously navigated. Can I ask you some questions? About Sophia? About her life? Her medical history? Of course, Patricia said, visibly relaxing slightly. Perhaps she'd been worried Alina would ask them to leave immediately. Medical history first, Alina said, falling back on the practical. Are there any health issues I should know about? Any genetic conditions that have manifested? Patricia shook her head. Sophia's been remarkably healthy. The appendicitis was her first major medical event. No chronic conditions, no serious illnesses beyond the usual childhood stuff. She has seasonal allergies and gets mild asthma symptoms if she exercises too hard in cold weather, but that's managed with an inhaler. Alina made mental notes, thinking about her own medical history, the questions James would inevitably ask. What about her father? You said he passed away. What was the cause? Patricia's expression tightened with old grief. Marcus was hit by a drunk driver. He died at the scene. He was only 37, completely healthy before the accident. His family has a history of heart disease and diabetes, but Marcus had neither. I'm sorry, Alina said, and meant it. Whatever complicated feelings she had about the situation, Patricia had clearly loved her husband and was raising her daughter alone. Thank you, Patricia said softly. It was a long time ago, but it never really stops hurting, especially watching Sophia grow up and knowing Marcus is missing it all. Sophia had gone very still and quiet. Her jaw clenched in a way that suggested this was a painful topic she'd rather not discuss. Alina shifted gears. What does Sophia like to do? What are her interests? A small smile crossed Sophia's face, the first genuine expression Alina had seen from her. I like to read. A lot. Pretty much everything, but especially fantasy and science fiction. And I'm on the debate team at school. I like arguing. She said this last part with a hint of self-deprecating humor. Alina felt something shift in her chest. I was on the debate team in high school and college. I was a journalist for years before I moved into consulting. Arguing is kind of my superpower. Sophia's smile widened. Really? What did you report on? Investigative journalism mostly. Government corruption, corporate malfeasance, environmental issues. I spent 5 years with the San Francisco Chronicle before going independent. That sounds amazing, Sophia said, leaning forward with evident interest. I want to be a lawyer, or maybe a journalist. I haven't decided yet. I just know that I want to do something where I can ask hard questions and hold people accountable. The similarity was eerie and undeniable. Alina had been exactly the same at that age, driven by a fierce sense of justice and a need to uncover truth. She'd driven her parents crazy with her constant questioning, her refusal to accept surface explanations for complex issues. What else? Alina asked, hungry now for more information, more connection to this person who was somehow her daughter and not her daughter simultaneously. I play piano, Sophia offered. I'm not great at it, but I enjoy it. And I like hiking and being outdoors. Mom and I go camping every summer in the Sierras. I don't play piano, but James does. He's actually quite good. He played in a jazz band in college. Patricia had been watching this exchange with an unreadable expression, something between hope and apprehension. Alina, I want to be clear about something. I'm not looking for co-parenting or financial support or anything like that. Marcus had good life insurance, and I have a successful career in software engineering. We're doing fine. I brought Sophia here because she wanted to meet you, and I thought you deserved to know she exists. But I'm not asking you to be a part of her life in any ongoing way, unless that's something you want. Alina appreciated the clarity, but also felt the weight of the decision being placed on her shoulders. This wasn't something she could or should decide in a single afternoon. I need time, she repeated. This is enormous. It's wonderful and terrifying and completely overwhelming. I'm 42 years old. I thought I'd made peace with not having children. And now I'm sitting here talking to a 14-year-old who apparently shares my DNA. I understand, Patricia said, standing up. We should go. I've already taken up enough of your afternoon, and you need time to process all of this. I'll give you my phone number and email. Once you get the DNA results and you've had time to think, you can reach out if you want to. No pressure, no expectations. They exchanged contact information, and Alina walked them to the door in a daze. As they were about to leave, Sophia turned back. Can I ask you something? The girl said. Of course. Do you have any kids? Like kids you gave birth to or adopted? Alina felt the old familiar ache, the ghost of all the children she'd wanted and never had. No, James and I tried for years, but it never happened for us. Something complicated crossed Sophia's face. So you're the only one? The only kid with your DNA? As far as I know, yes. Sophia nodded slowly, processing this information. That's weird, right? That you're my biological mom, but you didn't know I existed, and I'm like the only person in the world who has half your genes? It's extremely weird, Alina agreed, surprising herself with a small, genuine laugh. It might be the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me. Me too, Sophia said, and now she was smiling again. Well, nice to meet you, I guess, even though this is super awkward. Nice to meet you too. And Alina realized she meant it. After they left, Alina stood in her empty house, surrounded by the life she'd built, and felt the foundations of that life shifting beneath her feet. She looked at the papers still spread across her kitchen island, physical proof that everything had changed. Her phone was in her hand before she consciously decided to call James.
It rang 3 times before he picked up. "Hey, sweetheart, what's up?" His voice was warm and familiar, an anchor in the suddenly turbulent waters of her reality. "James," Alina said, her voice cracking on his name. "Something happened. Something impossible. I need you to come home." The urgency in Alina's voice had James on the next flight out of Seattle. He walked through their front door at 9:30 that evening, his usually composed face drawn with worry. Alina had spent the intervening hours alternating between pacing the house and sitting motionless at the kitchen table, staring at the documents Patricia had left behind. "Alina," James called out, dropping his luggage in the foyer. "Where are you?" "Kitchen," she managed, her voice hoarse from disuse and the tears she'd sporadically shed throughout the afternoon. James appeared in the doorway, still wearing his conference badge on his suit jacket, his salt and pepper hair disheveled from travel. At 45, he was as handsome as the day she'd married him, with kind brown eyes and an expression of constant thoughtfulness that had first drawn him to her. Now those eyes were clouded with concern as he took in her appearance, still in her yoga pants and sweater, her own dark hair wild from running her hands through it, her face puffy from crying. "What happened?" He crossed to her in 3 quick strides, taking her hands in his. "Are you okay? Is it your mom?" Alina shook her head, unable to find the words. Instead, she gestured to the papers on the table. James released her hands and picked up the birth certificate, his brow furrowing as he read. She watched his expression change from confusion to shock to disbelief as he worked through the documents. "This is saying what I think it's saying," he said finally, looking up at her. "A woman and a teenage girl showed up at our door this afternoon. The woman's name is Patricia Reeves. The girl's name is Sophia. She's 14 years old, and she was conceived using the eggs I donated 15 years ago when we did IVF." James lowered himself slowly into a chair, still holding the birth certificate. "But the donation was anonymous. There was supposed to be no contact. There was a clerical error. Patricia got my identifying information by mistake. She's known for 6 months, but only recently told Sophia about the egg donation, and Sophia wanted to meet me."
Jesus Christ, James breathed. He set down the birth certificate and picked up the clinic's letter, reading it carefully. When he looked up again, his expression was stunned. "You met her? The girl? What was she like?" Elena felt a fresh wave of tears threatening. "She's smart and articulate and passionate about justice and debate. She wants to be a lawyer or a journalist. She has your eyes, James, the exact same shade of brown. And she has my face, or at least the structure of it. Looking at her was like looking at a photograph of myself at that age." James stood abruptly and moved to the kitchen window, staring out at their darkened garden. Alina could see the tension in his shoulders, the way his hands clenched and unclenched at his sides. When he spoke again, his voice was thick with emotion. "We have a daughter." "Biologically," Alina clarified, though the distinction felt increasingly meaningless. "Patricia raised her. Patricia is her mother in every way that matters. I'm just the egg donor who happened to get unmasked." "But she's out there," James continued, as if Elena hadn't spoken. "All these years we thought we didn't have children, and there's been a child with your DNA, with half of your genetic material, walking around in the world." Elena joined him at the window, standing close enough that their shoulders touched. "I sent off a DNA test this afternoon. We should have results in a couple of days. Part of me still thinks this might be some kind of elaborate scam, even though the documentation looks legitimate." "And if it's real?" James asked, turning to face her. "If the DNA test confirms she's your biological daughter, then what?" "I don't know," Elena admitted. "I genuinely don't know. Patricia was very clear that she's not asking for anything from us. She has money. She's raising Sophia alone, but doing it well, apparently. She just thought Sophia and I both deserved to know the truth." James ran a hand through his hair, a gesture he made when deeply stressed. "This is insane. This morning, I was worried about a difficult client in Seattle, and now I'm finding out my wife has a secret daughter." "Not secret," Elena protested weakly, "just unknown." "Elena,
We need to think carefully about this, James said, his voice taking on the measured tone he used when approaching a complex problem. As a senior partner at an architecture firm, he was used to navigating complicated situations with multiple stakeholders. If this is real, if this girl is truly your biological daughter, then whatever we do next is going to have profound implications for everyone involved. For us, for her, for Patricia. I know, I've been thinking about nothing else all afternoon. The question is, what are those implications? Do we meet with them again? Do we try to build some kind of relationship? Do we just acknowledge the biological connection and move on with our separate lives? What do you want to do? James asked, his eyes searching her face.
Elena felt the weight of the question. I want to do the right thing, but I have no idea what the right thing is. Part of me wants to know her, wants to be part of her life. When she was sitting at her kitchen island asking questions, I felt this pull toward her, this recognition. But another part of me is terrified. We built a good life together, James, a peaceful life. We mourned our childlessness and moved on. If we let this girl into our world, everything changes. Everything's already changed, James pointed out gently. The minute they knocked on our door, everything changed. Now we know she exists. We can't unknow that. He was right, of course. Elena had been trying not to think about that particular truth, but it was inescapable. Even if they never saw Patricia and Sophia again, even if they chose to maintain their distance, the knowledge of Sophia's existence would always be there now, a constant what-if lurking at the edges of their consciousness. I need to tell you something, Elena said slowly, voicing a realization that had been creeping up on her throughout the day. When I looked at Sophia today, when I talked to her, I felt something. Not maternal love exactly, nothing that instant or overwhelming, but I felt connected to her. I felt curious about her. I wanted to know more, and that terrifies me because I don't know if I have the right to feel that way. James pulled her into his arms, and Elena buried her face in his shoulder, breathing in the familiar scent of his cologne mixed with airplane and stress sweat. They stood like that for a long moment, drawing comfort from each other's presence. You have every right to feel however you feel, James murmured into her hair. This situation doesn't come with a rule book. We're going to have to figure it out as we go. Are you angry? Elena asked against his shoulder. That I agreed to meet with them, that I let them into our house? No, James said firmly, pulling back to look at her face. You did what anyone would do in that situation. They showed up on our doorstep with an impossible claim, and you handled it with grace and intelligence. You got documentation, you arranged for verification, you didn't make any commitments. You did exactly what you should have done. Elena felt a wave of relief. She and James had weathered many challenges in their 15 years of marriage, but they'd always faced them as a team. What do you think we should do? James was quiet for a moment, his analytical mind clearly working through the variables. I think we wait for the DNA results. If they come back negative, if somehow this is all a mistake or a scam, then the decision is made for us. But if they come back positive, if Sophia really is your biological daughter, then I think we need to consider meeting with them again. Not to disrupt Patricia's role as Sophia's mother, but to see if there's some way to be part of her life that works for everyone. You want to be involved? Alana asked, surprised. Even though she's not biologically yours? Elena, we went through IVF together. We mourned our inability to have children together. If the universe has, somehow, against all odds and expectations, provided us with a child who carries your DNA, then yes, I want to be involved. That girl has half of your genetic material. She apparently shares your personality traits, your interests. She's the closest thing to a daughter we're ever going to have. Alana felt tears spilling down her cheeks again. I love you. I love you too, James said, wiping her tears with his thumbs. We're going to figure this out together, okay? Whatever happens, we'll face it as a team. The next 2 days passed in a strange, suspended state of anticipation. Elena tried to work, tried to focus on her consulting projects and client calls, but found her attention constantly drifting to thoughts of Sophia. She caught herself Googling information about egg donation, about biological versus social parenthood, about teenagers and developmental psychology. She looked through old photographs from 15 years ago, from the time when she and James had been doing IVF, trying to remember what she'd been thinking and feeling when she agreed to donate half her eggs. She remembered the decision had felt straightforward at the time. She was going to be undergoing egg retrieval anyway for her own IVF cycle. Donating half the eggs to help another couple while reducing her own costs seemed like a win-win situation. The clinic was very clear about the anonymous nature of the arrangement. She would never meet the recipients, never know if the donation resulted in a pregnancy, never have any contact with any resulting children. It was supposed to be a simple transaction, a generous act that benefited everyone involved with no ongoing complications. Except now there were complications, enormous ones, and Elena found herself questioning every aspect of that long-ago decision. If she'd known then that anonymity could be breached, that she might someday meet a child conceived from her eggs, would she have made the same choice? Would she have been able to handle the emotional complexity of knowing somewhere in the world there was a person who shared her DNA but wasn't her child? She talked to Casey, her best friend from college, swearing her to secrecy before unloading the whole story. Casey's response was characteristically direct. "Holy shit, Elena, this is like something out of a movie. How are you holding up?" "I have no idea," Elena admitted. They were on a video call, and she could see the concern on Casey's face, even through the screen. "There is no supposed to," Casey said firmly. Casey was a child psychologist with a thriving practice in Boston, and she brought her professional expertise to bear on personal situations with equal measure. "I do feel all of those things," Elena said, "but I also feel curious. I want to know more about her. When Patricia said they had to leave, I felt disappointed. I wanted to keep talking to Sophia, to ask her more questions, to understand who she is." "That's completely natural," Casey said. "She's a person who carries your genetic material. Of course you're curious about her. The question is, what do you want to do with that curiosity?" "That's the million-dollar question, isn't it?" Alana sighed. "If I pursue a relationship with her, am I overstepping? Patricia is her mother. I'm just the egg donor. But if I don't pursue a relationship, am I denying both of us something potentially meaningful?" "Have you considered that maybe there's a middle ground?" Casey suggested. "Something between complete stranger and second mother? Maybe you could be something like a mentor or a distant aunt figure, or just a friendly adult who shares some genetic material with her." Elena nodded slowly. "Patricia said something similar, that she wasn't asking me to co-parent, just to acknowledge the connection if I wanted to." "So what do you want?" Casey pressed. "I want to know her. I want to be part of her life in whatever capacity makes sense. But I'm scared of hurting people, of making everything more complicated, of opening myself up to a relationship that might not work or might cause pain." "Those are all legitimate fears," Casey acknowledged. "But you know what I think? I think you're going to regret it if you don't at least try. You've spent 15 years mourning the children you didn't have. Now you've been given this bizarre, unexpected opportunity to know a child who wouldn't exist without you. It would be a shame to walk away from that out of fear." The DNA results came back on Thursday afternoon. Elena was in a video meeting with a client when the email notification appeared on her screen. She somehow managed to finish the meeting without completely losing focus, then opened the email with shaking hands. The results were definitive. Probability of biological relatedness, 99.9997. Sophia Reeves was her biological daughter. Elena stared at the screen for a long time, letting the reality sink in. She had a daughter, a 14-year-old daughter who liked to read and debate and wanted to be a lawyer. A daughter she didn't give birth to, not raised, not known existed 3 days ago, but a daughter nonetheless, at least in the biological sense. She forwarded the results to James, then sat back in her chair and let the tears come. They weren't entirely tears of sadness or joy, but rather tears of release, the kind that came when uncertainty finally resolved into certainty, even when that certainty brought its own complications. Her phone rang. It was Patricia. "You got the results?" Patricia said without preamble. "Yes," Elena confirmed. "How is Sophia handling it?" "She's processing," Patricia said carefully.
I think part of her was hoping for confirmation, and now that she has it, she's not entirely sure what it means or what happens next. To be honest, I'm in the same boat. Elena took a breath. Patricia, I've been thinking a lot over the past few days about what this means, about what I want, about what's best for everyone involved, and I'd like to propose something, if you're open to it. I'm listening, Patricia said, her tone neutral but not unfriendly. I'd like to get to know Sophia, to be part of her life in some capacity. I'm not trying to replace you or be a second mother. You're her mom, and that's not in question. But I'd like the opportunity to build a relationship with her, whatever form that takes. Maybe we could meet regularly, have meals together, exchange emails. I don't know exactly what it would look like, but I think it's worth exploring.
There was a long pause on the other end of the line. When Patricia spoke again, her voice was thick with emotion. I was hoping you'd say something like that. Sophia has been asking about you constantly, what you're like, whether you liked her, whether you want to see her again. She's trying to play it cool, but she's desperate to know you. Elena felt her heart squeeze. Really? Really, Patricia confirmed. Look, this is weird and complicated, and there's no roadmap for this situation. But I think if we're all willing to approach it with honesty and good faith, we can figure something out that works for everyone. Sophia deserves to know her biological mother, and you deserve to know your biological daughter. When can we meet again? Elena asked. James wants to meet her too. He's been incredibly supportive about all of this. How about this weekend? Patricia suggested. We could meet somewhere neutral, maybe have lunch together. No pressure, just an opportunity to talk and start figuring out what this relationship might look like. That sounds perfect, Elena said. Saturday? Saturday it is. After they hung up, Elena sat in her office, surrounded by the artifacts of her carefully constructed life, and marveled at how completely everything had shifted in less than a week. She was someone's mother now, or at least some version of a mother. It wasn't what she'd imagined all those years ago when she and James were desperately trying to have a baby, but perhaps it was what she was meant to have all along. Saturday arrived with typical Pacific Northwest weather, a mixture of pale sunlight and hovering clouds that threatened rain. Elena had changed her outfit 3 times, finally settling on jeans and a cashmere sweater that struck what she hoped was the right balance between casual and put together. James, sensing her nervousness, had made her breakfast and coffee, and now he drove them to the restaurant they'd chosen, a family-friendly Italian place in the Pearl District that was nice but not intimidating. They arrived first and secured a table near the back where they'd have some privacy. Elena's hands were shaking slightly as she sipped her water, and James reached across the table to still them with his own. You okay? Elena asked. Terrified, Elena admitted. What if this goes badly? What if we can't figure out how to talk to each other? What if Sophia decides she doesn't actually want to know me? Then we'll deal with it, James said calmly. But I don't think that's going to happen. From everything you've told me about your first meeting, it sounds like there's already a connection there. Before Elena could respond, she saw Patricia and Sophia entering the restaurant. Sophia had clearly put thought into her appearance as well. She wore a floral dress with leggings and had her hair pulled back with a headband. She looked young and nervous and hopeful all at once. Elena and James stood as they approached. There was a moment of awkward uncertainty about how to greet each other. Then Elena found herself stepping forward and offering Sophia a hug. The girl accepted it, her thin arms wrapping briefly around Elena before they separated. Sophia, this is my husband James. James, this is Sophia and Patricia. James shook hands with Patricia, then turned to Sophia with a warm smile. It's really nice to meet you, Sophia. Elena's been telling me about you. Nice to meet you too, Sophia said softly, studying James with undisguised curiosity. They settled into their seats, and for a few moments everyone busied themselves with menus and ordering drinks. Once the waiter had departed, an expectant silence fell over the table. So, Patricia said, breaking the ice, I think we should probably talk about what we're all hoping to get out of this situation. It might help to be clear about expectations from the start. Elena nodded gratefully. That makes sense. I'll go first, if that's okay. She looked at Sophia. I want you to know that meeting you has been one of the most surprising and overwhelming experiences of my life. When your mom showed up at my door, I had no idea you existed. But now that I know about you, now that I've met you, I can't stop thinking about you. I want to get to know you, to be part of your life in whatever way makes sense for everyone. Sophia's eyes had widened slightly. Really? Really, Alina confirmed. I'm not trying to be your mom. You have a mom, and she's clearly doing a wonderful job raising you. But I'd like to be something to you. A mentor maybe, or a friend, or just someone who can talk to you who happens to share your genetic material. A small smile tugged at Sophia's lips. That's the weirdest thing anyone has ever offered to be to me. James laughed and the tension at the table eased slightly. I imagine this whole situation is pretty weird for you, Sophia. Extremely weird. Like, I had a whole idea of who I was and where I came from, and then suddenly my mom tells me I was conceived with a donor egg, and there's this whole other person out there who's my biological mother. It's a lot. How are you feeling about it? Asked Elena gently. About finding out? About meeting me? Sophia considered the question carefully, her expression serious. At first, I was really angry at my mom for not telling me sooner. I felt like I'd been lied to my whole life. But then I realized she was just trying to protect me, especially after my dad died. And once I got over being angry, I got really curious. I wanted to know everything about you, what you looked like, what you did for work, whether we had anything in common. And now that you've met her, Patricia prompted softly, now I feel kind of amazed, Sophia admitted, looking at Elena, because you're nothing like I imagined, but also kind of exactly like I imagined. Like, when you said you were a journalist and did debate, I felt this weird sense of recognition because those are things I love too. And you look at me the same way I look at people when I'm trying to figure them out. I see it too, Elena said, the lump forming in her throat. The similarities, I mean. It's uncanny. Can I ask you something? Sophia said, leaning forward slightly. When you donated the eggs, did you ever think about the babies that might come from them? Did you ever wonder about them? It was a fair question, one Elena had asked herself many times over the past week. Honestly, not really. At the time, I was so focused on trying to have my own baby that I didn't let myself think too much about the donated eggs. The clinic made it very clear that the donation was anonymous and that I would never have any contact with any resulting children. So I think I mentally categorized it as helping another couple have a family, but not as creating children that were mine in any meaningful sense. But now, Sophia pressed, now I realize that was probably a coping mechanism, a way to protect myself from getting emotionally invested in something I'd been told I would never be part of. But sitting here with you, knowing you exist because of that donation, I can't maintain that emotional distance. You're a real person, and you're here, and I can't pretend otherwise. The waiter returned with their drinks and took their food orders. Once he'd gone, James spoke up. Sophia, I want you to know that even though I'm not biologically related to you, I'm fully supportive of Elena building a relationship with you. When Elena and I went through fertility treatments, we were in it together. We mourned together when we couldn't have children. And now, in this strange turn of events, if we get the opportunity to know you and be part of your life, then we're in it that together too. Sophia looked at James with obvious appreciation. Thank you. That means a lot. I was worried you might be upset or jealous or something. I'm a lot of things right now, James said honestly. Surprised, confused, curious, but not upset or jealous. If anything, I'm grateful that Elena has this opportunity, even if it came about in such an unexpected way. Patricia had been listening quietly, but now she spoke. I want to add something, if I may. When I decided to tell Sophia about the egg donation, and when I chose to reach out to Elena, I was terrified. I was worried I might lose my daughter, that she might decide her biological mother was more important than the woman who raised her. But watching the three of you together, I realized my fears were unfounded. What I'm seeing here is the potential for Sophia to have more people in her life who care about her, which is only a good thing. You're her mother, Elena said firmly, looking Patricia in the eye. I want to be very clear about that. You carried her, you gave birth to her, you raised her through infancy and childhood, and are guiding her through adolescence. I would never try to diminish or replace that. What I'm hoping for is something additional, something complementary to what you've already built with her. I appreciate that, Patricia said, her eyes glistening slightly. And for what it's worth, I think Sophia is lucky. A lot of kids never get to meet their biological parents, never get answers to questions about where they came from. You're giving her a gift by being willing to be part of her life. Their food arrived and the conversation shifted to lighter topics as they ate. Sophia asked Elena about her journalism career, wanting to hear stories about investigations and interviews. Elena found herself recounting her favorite assignments, watching Sophia's face light up with interest. James and Patricia discovered a shared interest in hiking and swapped recommendations for trails in the Pacific Northwest. As the meal progressed, Elena felt herself relaxing into the situation. This strange, blended family unit was beginning to feel less awkward and more natural. Sophia had a sharp wit that reminded Elena of herself at that age, quick with observations and questions. She was clearly intelligent and curious, with the kind of mind that didn't accept easy answers. "Can I ask you about your medical history?" Sophia said, directing the question to Elena. "I know some of it from the clinic records, but I'm curious about other stuff. Like, do you have any chronic conditions or health issues I should know about?" Elena appreciated the directness. "I'm generally healthy. I have mild hypothyroidism that's managed with medication. I had some irregular periods when I was younger, which is part of why getting pregnant was difficult. I have good cholesterol and blood pressure. No cancer history in my immediate family, though my grandmother had breast cancer in her 70s. Anything specific you're worried about?" "Not worried exactly," Sophia said. "But when I had to have my appendix out and they were asking for family medical history, I realized I only had half the picture. It made me aware that there was a whole side of my genetics I knew nothing about." "That must have been scary," Elena said sympathetically. "It was more frustrating than scary," Sophia admitted. "Like, here's this important information about my own body, and I don't have access to it because of how I was conceived." "Well, you have access to it now, and I'm happy to provide whatever medical information you need. We can go through my family history in more detail if you want. Write it all down so you have it for your records." "That would be great," Sophia said, looking relieved. James had been watching this exchange with interest. "Sophia, can I ask you something? How much has finding out about the egg donation changed how you think about yourself and your identity?" It was a perceptive question, and Sophia took a moment to consider her answer. "A lot, actually. Like, I thought I knew who I was. Patricia Reeves' daughter, Marcus Reeves' daughter, with this specific genetic heritage. And then suddenly I find out that half of that heritage is different than I thought. It made me question everything for a while. Like, if I didn't really know where I came from, did I really know who I was?" "And have you come to any conclusions?" James asked gently. "I think I'm still figuring it out," Sophia admitted. "But talking to Elena, seeing that we have similarities, but we're also different people, it's helping me understand that genetics is only part of who I am. Like, yeah, I might have inherited some traits from Elena, but I was raised by my mom and my dad, and that shaped me too. I'm a product of both, nature and nurture, I guess." "That's a very mature way to think about it," Elena said, impressed by the girl's self-awareness. "I've been reading a lot about it," confessed Sophia. "Articles about egg donation and identity and what it means to be conceived through assisted reproductive technology. There's actually quite a bit of research on donor-conceived people and their experiences." "What have you learned?" Elena asked, genuinely curious. "That there's no one right way to feel about it. Some people don't care much about their biological origins. Others feel like it's a huge part of their identity and they really need to know their donors. I think I'm somewhere in the middle. I don't think knowing you changes who I fundamentally am, but I do think it fills in some gaps and answers some questions I didn't even know I had." Patricia had been listening to her daughter with evident pride. "She's been handling this whole situation with a lot more grace than I have, honestly. I've been a mess." "You've been great, Mom," Sophia said loyally. "I know this hasn't been easy for you either." "It hasn't," Patricia admitted, looking at Elena. "I kept worrying that you wouldn't want to know Sophia, or that you would want to know her but try to take over, or that somehow this would damage the relationship I've built with my daughter. It's been scary giving up control of this situation." "I can imagine," Elena said. "But I promise you, I have no interest in disrupting what you have with Sophia. If anything, I want to support it. You've raised an amazing kid." "We should probably talk about logistics," James interjected practically.
If we're all agreeing that we want to build some kind of ongoing relationship, what does that actually look like? How often do we meet? How do we communicate? What boundaries do we need to set? It was a good question, and the table fell silent as everyone considered it. Maybe we could start with monthly meetings, Patricia suggested. Have lunch or dinner together, give everyone a chance to get to know each other gradually without too much pressure. That sounds reasonable, Elena agreed. And maybe Sophia and I could email in between if she has questions or just wants to talk. I'd like that, Sophia said eagerly. What about extended family? Elena's mother, my parents, our siblings. Do we tell them about this? Elena felt a flutter of anxiety at the thought of this. Her mother was going to lose her mind when she found out. I think we probably need to tell our immediate families eventually, but maybe not right away. Maybe we give this a few months to see how it goes before we start involving more people. That makes sense to me, Patricia said. I haven't told anyone on my side either. I wanted to see how this initial meeting went before expanding the circle. Agreed, James said. Let's keep this between the four of us for now, and we can revisit the question of other family members down the road. They spent another hour at the restaurant, talking and getting to know each other. By the time they parted ways in the parking lot, Elena felt cautiously optimistic. This wasn't going to be simple or straightforward, but it seemed like all four of them were committed to making it work. As they drove home, James reached over and squeezed Elena's hand. You did great, he said. That was a difficult conversation, and you handled it beautifully. We all did, Elena said. Patricia is remarkable, isn't she? The way she's navigating this with such grace and generosity, even though it must be terrifying for her. She reminds me of you, James observed. Strong, thoughtful, fiercely protective of the people she loves. Elena smiled. I was thinking the same thing. Sophia's lucky to have her. And now she's lucky to have you too. Or at least she will be, as you two get to know each other. That night, lying in bed, Elena found herself thinking about the strange turn her life had taken. A week ago, she'd been childless, resigned to that fact, focused on her career and her marriage and the life she'd built. Now she had a daughter, not in the traditional sense, but in a way that was starting to feel increasingly real and meaningful. Her phone buzzed with a new email. It was from Sophia. Dear Elena, thank you for lunch today. I was really nervous before we met, but you made it easy. I'm glad you want to get to know me. I want to get to know you too. I have about 1,000,000 questions, but I'll try not to overwhelm you all at once. For now, I just wanted to say thank you for being open to this. It means a lot. Sophia. Elena read the email 3 times, then typed a response. Dear Sophia, thank you for your email. I was nervous too, and I'm so glad the lunch went well. Please don't worry about overwhelming me with questions. I have about 1,000,000 questions for you too. I'm really looking forward to getting to know you better. This whole situation is new and strange for both of us, but I think we're going to figure it out together. Talk soon, Elena. She hit send, then set her phone on the nightstand and stared at the ceiling. James, half asleep beside her, reached out and found her hand. You okay? He mumbled. Yeah, Elena said softly. I think I am. This is the weirdest thing that's ever happened to me, but I think it might also be one of the best.
Over the next 3 months, Elena and Sophia developed a rhythm. They emailed regularly, sometimes daily, sharing thoughts about books, current events, and their lives. Sophia would ask Elena questions about journalism and college and what it was like being married, and Elena would ask Sophia about school and debate team and her friends. The exchanges were casual and easy, the kind of communication that felt natural rather than forced. They met for lunch once a month, sometimes with Patricia and James, sometimes just the two of them. Elena was careful never to overstep, always deferring to Patricia on parenting decisions and making it clear that she wasn't trying to be a mother figure. But despite those careful boundaries, she felt a growing attachment to Sophia, a deep interest in the girl's life and well-being that went beyond casual acquaintance. One afternoon in early March, Alina was working in her home office when her phone rang. It was Sophia, calling rather than texting or emailing, which was unusual. Sophia, is everything okay? I need advice, Sophia said, her voice tight with stress. And I know this is weird because you're not really my mom, but I didn't want to talk to my actual mom about this, and you're like the only other adult I feel like I can talk to about this stuff. Alina felt the surge of concern mixed with an unexpected warmth at being the person Sophia thought to call. Of course. What's going on? There's this guy at school, Sophia began, and Alina could hear the embarrassment in her voice. His name is Marthus, like my dad, which is weird, and he's on the debate team with me. We've been friends all year, but lately I think maybe he likes me as more than friends, and I think maybe I like him too, but I'm not sure how to tell, and I don't know what to do about it, and my mom still sees me as her little girl, and if I try to talk to her about this, she's gonna freak out. Elena couldn't help but smile. This was such a quintessentially teenage problem, so beautifully normal amid all the abnormality of their situation. Okay, let's talk through this. What makes you think he likes you? For the next 20 minutes, they discussed the intricacies of teenage romance, the way this boy looked at Sophia during debate practice, how he'd started finding excuses to sit with her at lunch, the inside jokes that had developed between them. Alana shared stories about her own adolescent crushes, the confusion and excitement of first romantic feelings, the importance of clear communication and respecting boundaries. The thing is, Sophia said, I don't know if I'm ready for a boyfriend. Like, I think I like him, but I also kind of just want to stay friends? Is that weird? Not at all, Alina assured her. You're 14. You don't have to rush into anything. If you're not ready, that's completely valid. You can tell him you value his friendship, but you're not interested in dating right now. But what if that hurts his feelings? It might, Alina admitted, but it would hurt his feelings more to lead him on or pretend to be interested when you're not. Honesty is usually the kindest option, even when it's uncomfortable. They talked through possible scripts for the conversation, and by the end of the call, Sophia sounded more confident. Thanks, Alina. This really helped. Anytime, Alina said warmly. That's what I'm here for. After they hung up, Alina sat for a moment, processing what had just happened. Sophia had called her for advice, had trusted her with something she couldn't talk to Patricia about. It felt significant, like a milestone in their developing relationship. She texted Patricia. Sophia just called me for advice about a boy situation. I wanted you to know in case it comes up. I encouraged her to be honest about her feelings and not rush into anything she's not ready for. Hope that was okay. Patricia's response came a few minutes later. Thank you for telling me. She hasn't mentioned anything about a boy to me, which I'm trying not to be heard about. I'm glad she has you to talk to about these things. Teenage girls need other adult women in their lives besides their mothers. Elena felt a wave of gratitude for Patricia's generosity. Another mother might have been threatened or hurt that Sophia had sought outside counsel. But Patricia seemed to genuinely appreciate Elena's presence in Sophia's life. That evening, when Elena told James about the conversation, he laughed. You're officially a parental figure now. The kid calls you about relationship problems milestone is a big one. I felt big and kind of wonderful. Like I actually helped her. I gave her advice that made her feel better and more equipped to handle the situation. That's what parents do. It is, James agreed. You're building something real with her, Elena. Not traditional parent-child relationship exactly, but something meaningful and important. The next month brought an unexpected development. Sophia's school was hosting a career day, and students were invited to bring in adults from various professions to talk about their work. Sophia sent Elena a carefully worded email asking if she might be willing to come and speak about journalism. I know this is probably weird because you'd have to explain who you are to me if anyone asks, and I totally understand if that's uncomfortable, but you're the only real journalist I know, and I think what you do is so cool, and I'd really love for you to be there.
Elena showed James the email that evening. "What do you think? Is this crossing a line?" "I don't think so. She's asking you to come as a professional, not as her mother. You could just be introduced as a family friend if the question comes up." Elena composed her response carefully. "I'd be honored to speak at your career day. Let's check with your mom to make sure she's comfortable with it, but if she gives the okay, I'm there." Patricia's response was enthusiastic. "I think it's a great idea. And honestly, I'm relieved. Sophia asked me first, but I'm a software engineer, and she said that was too boring for a career day. At least someone in her life has a cool job." So on a Friday in April, Elena found herself standing in a high school classroom, facing a group of engaged teenagers as she talked about investigative journalism. Sophia sat in the front row, beaming with pride, and Elena felt a strange mix of emotions. This was her daughter's school, her daughter's friends. She was being allowed into this corner of Sophia's life in a concrete, visible way. She talked about tracking down sources, verifying information, the importance of asking hard questions. She shared stories about investigations that had led to real change, but also about the ethical dilemmas and difficult decisions journalists faced. The students asked intelligent questions, and Elena could see where Sophia got her intellectual curiosity. After the presentation, several of Sophia's friends gathered around, thanking Elena and asking follow-up questions. One girl, a bright-eyed blonde named Emma, who Sophia had mentioned in emails, looked between Elena and Sophia with evident curiosity. "You two look alike. Are you related?" Elena felt her heart skip a beat. She glanced at Sophia, letting her take the lead on how to answer. "Elena's a family friend," Sophia said smoothly. "But yeah, people say we have similar features." Emma seemed satisfied with this explanation and moved on to asking about internship opportunities in journalism. But the moment stayed with Elena. Sophia had chosen to maintain their privacy, to not share the full truth of their relationship with her peers. Elena wasn't sure if she felt relieved or disappointed. Later, as they walked to the parking lot together, Elena broached the subject. "That was an interesting moment with Emma. I wanted to let you control how much you shared about our relationship." Sophia kicked at a pebble on the pavement. "I'm not embarrassed about it or anything, but it's complicated to explain, and sometimes it's just easier to just keep it simple. Does that hurt your feelings?" "Not at all," Elena assured her. "I understand completely. This is your life and your story to share however and whenever you choose." "Thanks," Sophia said, visibly relieved. "Sometimes I want to tell people because it's kind of a cool story, you know? Like, hey, I met my biological mother through this weird egg donation thing. But other times, I just want to be normal and not have to explain the complicated family situation." "That makes total sense," Elena assured her. "And for what it's worth, I think you're handling all of this with remarkable maturity." They'd reached Elena's car, and Sophia surprised her by initiating a hug. "Thanks for coming today. It meant a lot to me." "Thanks for inviting me. I was honored." Driving home, Elena reflected on how far they'd come in just a few months. What had started as a shocking revelation had evolved into something that felt increasingly like family. Not traditional family, perhaps, but family nonetheless. As spring turned to summer, Elena found herself thinking more about the larger implications of their situation. She and James had kept their promise not to tell their families yet, but the secret was becoming harder to maintain. Her mother called regularly, and Elena found herself editing stories about her life, careful not to mention Sophia or the monthly lunches or the emails that had become such a regular part of her routine. In late May, Patricia invited Elena and James to Sophia's 8th grade graduation ceremony. It was a bigger step than Career Day. This was a family event, a milestone moment that traditionally belonged to parents and close relatives. "You don't have to come," Patricia said when she extended the invitation. "I know it might be awkward, and I don't want you to feel obligated, but Sophia specifically asked if I would invite you, and I thought I should at least offer."
Elena discussed with James that night. "It feels significant," she said, "like we'd be crossing from people in Sophia's life to people who show up for her important moments."
Is that a line you want to cross? James asked. I think I do, Elena said slowly. But I'm worried about Patricia. This is her daughter's graduation. Is our presence going to make it harder for her? Why don't you ask her? James suggested. Be direct. Tell her your concerns and let her decide. So Elena called Patricia and laid out her thoughts. I'm honored that Sophia wants us there, and we'd love to come. But I want to make sure this doesn't make things uncomfortable for you. This is your day as much as it's Sophia's. You're the one who got her to this milestone. There was a long pause, and when Patricia spoke, her voice was thick with emotion. Can I be completely honest with you? Please, Elena said. When Marcus died, I became a single mother overnight. I've spent the last 8 years doing everything alone. All the school events, all the ceremonies, all the milestones. I sit in the audience by myself while other kids have 2 parents cheering them on. And I've told myself it's fine, that Sophia and I are a complete family unit, that we don't need anyone else. But, Elena prompted gently. But it's lonely, Patricia admitted. And sometimes I've wished I had someone to share these moments with, someone else who cares about Sophia the way I do. When you and James come to things, when you show genuine interest in her life, it doesn't feel like an intrusion. It feels like relief, like I'm not carrying everything alone anymore. Elena felt tears pricking her eyes. Thank you for trusting me with that. So, yes, please come to the graduation, Patricia said firmly. Sophia wants you there, and honestly, so do I. The graduation ceremony was held on a warm June evening in the school's auditorium. Elena and James sat with Patricia in the rows designated for families, watching as the 8th grade class filed in wearing their caps and gowns. Sophia spotted them in the audience, and her face lit up with a huge smile that she tried to suppress into something more dignified. As Elena watched the ceremony, she found herself thinking about all the milestones she'd missed. Sophia's first steps, her first words, her first day of school. She thought about Patricia sitting alone at these events for years, carrying the weight of single parenthood while mourning the partner who should have been there beside her. She thought about Marcus, the man whose death had shaped both Patricia's and Sophia's lives, whose genetic material combined with Elena's had created the remarkable young woman now crossing the stage to receive her certificate. When Sophia's name was called, Elena, James, and Patricia all stood and cheered. Sophia grinned and waved, unself-conscious in her joy, and Elena felt a surge of emotion so powerful it nearly took her breath away. This was what it felt like to be proud of a child, to feel invested in their success, to want the world for them. After the ceremony, they took Sophia out for dinner at her favorite restaurant. She was ebullient, talking about high school and her summer plans and how strange it felt to be done with middle school. She'd been accepted into a prestigious debate program at her new high school and couldn't stop talking about it. I'm going to be competing at the national level, she said, her eyes shining. Of course you do, Elena said warmly. You're brilliant and articulate and passionate. You're going to be amazing. Later, as they were preparing to leave, Sophia pulled Elena aside. Can I ask you something kind of serious? Always, Elena said. How much of who I am is because of genetics and how much is because of how I was raised? Like, I love debate because it's something I discovered I was good at. But did I discover I was good at it because I have your genes and you were a journalist who asks hard questions? Or would I have been good at it anyway? It was a profound question, the kind of nature versus nurture debate that had occupied philosophers and scientists for centuries. Elena chose her words carefully. I think it's probably both, she said. You might have inherited some cognitive traits from me. The way your brain processes information, your verbal abilities, your drive to seek truth. But Patricia shaped how those traits developed. She raised you to be curious and thoughtful. She encouraged your interests. She created an environment where your intelligence could flourish. You're not just my genes or just Patricia's parenting. You're the unique combination of both, plus all the experiences and choices that make you who you are. That's what I hoped you'd say, Sophia said, looking relieved. Sometimes I worry that I'm not giving my mom enough credit. Like everyone's always saying how much I'm like you, but my mom is the one who actually raised me. Your mom is extraordinary, Elena said firmly, and you're right to give her credit. Genetics might provide the raw materials, but parenting shapes how those materials develop. Patricia is the architect of the person you've become. Thanks, Sophia said. That helps. As they drove home that night, Elena told James about the conversation. She's thinking about identity and genetics and parenthood in such a sophisticated way. It's remarkable for a 14-year-old. She's been forced to think about these things because of her situation, James pointed out. Most kids don't have to grapple with questions about biological versus social parenthood. That's true, Elena acknowledged. I hope we're helping her navigate it in a healthy way. I think we are, James said. She seems well-adjusted and happy, secure in her relationships with both you and Patricia. That's all we can ask for. The following week, Elena finally told her mother. She'd been putting it off for months, dreading the inevitable explosion of questions and emotions. But keeping the secret was becoming untenable, especially as she and Sophia grew closer. She drove to Beaverton, where her mother, Maria Martinez, lived in a tidy condo, and delivered the news over tea at the kitchen table. Her mother, Maria, listened in stunned silence as Elena explained the whole story: the egg donation 15 years earlier, the clerical error, Patricia and Sophia showing up at her door. When Elena finished, Maria sat back in her chair, her tea forgotten. "I have a granddaughter." It wasn't the response Elena was expecting. "Well, yes, technically, biologically. I have a granddaughter," Maria repeated, her voice firmer now. "A 14-year-old granddaughter I've never met." "Mom, it's complicated," Elena began. "Of course it's complicated, but complicated doesn't change the fact that this child carries our family's genes. She's my blood, Elena. When do I get to meet her?" Elena felt touched and anxious about her mother's enthusiasm. "I need to talk to Patricia and Sophia first. This has been a gradual process, carefully managed. I can't just start bringing in extended family without making sure everyone's comfortable." "I understand," Maria said, though her tone suggested she didn't really. "But I spent years mourning the grandchildren I thought I'd never have. Now you're telling me I have one, and I'm supposed to just wait patiently?" "That's exactly what I'm asking," Elena said firmly. "This isn't about you, Mom. It's about Sophia and what's best for her. She's the one who gets to decide how many people she wants in her life and how quickly that circle expands." Maria sighed but nodded. "I understand. I'm just overwhelmed. When you and James couldn't have children, I grieved for you. I grieved for the mother I knew you'd be, the grandmother I'd hoped to become. This feels like a gift I never expected." Elena reached across the table and took her mother's hand. "I know. I feel the same way, but we need to be patient and respectful of the family structure that already exists. Patricia is Sophia's mother, full stop. I'm something else. I'm not sure exactly what yet, but something else. And any relationship you have with Sophia has to be built on that foundation." "I understand," Maria said. This time she sounded like she meant it. "Just promise you'll talk to them soon. I don't want to wait years to meet my granddaughter." "I promise," Elena said. Elena approached the subject carefully with Patricia and Sophia during their next monthly lunch. They were at a Thai restaurant in Southeast Portland, working their way through pad Thai and green curry, when Elena brought up her mother. "I told my mom about Sophia," she said, watching both their faces carefully. "I hope that's okay. She's been asking a lot of questions about what I've been doing lately, and it felt wrong to keep lying to her." "How did she take it?" Patricia asked. She wants to meet Sophia, Elena admitted. She's seeing this as a second chance at being a grandmother. I told her she needs to be patient and that it's up to you both whether you want to meet her, but I wanted to give you a heads up that she knows. Sophia had been quiet, pushing rice around her plate. Do you think I'd like her? She asked finally. Your mom, I mean.
Elena considered the question. I think you might. She's smart and opinionated and loves to debate politics. She was a teacher for 30 years, so she's good with young people. But she can also be overwhelming and has very strong ideas about how things should be done. She means well, but she doesn't always have the best boundaries. Sounds like most grandmothers, Patricia said with a small smile. Sophia's paternal grandmother is similar. Wait, Sophia has other grandparents? Elena asked, realizing she'd never thought to ask about Marcus's family. My dad's parents live in Oregon City, Sophia explained. Grandma Carol and Grandpa Bill. They're great, but Grandma Carol is super religious and keeps trying to get me to go to church with them. They've been really supportive since my dad died, though. We see them every few months. Elena felt a pang of something. Jealousy? Anxiety? At the realization that Sophia already had grandparents, already had a full family structure that Elena and her mother were entering late. Do they know about me? No, Patricia said. I haven't told them yet. Marcus's parents are wonderful people, but they're also quite traditional. I'm not sure how they'd react to the egg donation revelation. I've been putting it off. You don't have to tell them on my account, Elena said quickly. I don't want to make your life more complicated. It's not about you making things complicated, Patricia said. It's about being honest with people. Sophia knows the truth about her origins now. She has a relationship with you. At some point, hiding that from other family members starts to feel like we're ashamed of it, and we're not. I'm not ashamed, Sophia confirmed, but I'm also not in a rush to have these awkward conversations with Grandma Carol. She'll probably think the whole egg donation thing is morally questionable. Elena couldn't help but laugh. Your Grandma Carol sounds like she'd get along great with my mother. They could bond over having strong opinions about everything. Maybe we should just bite the bullet and do a big family gathering where everyone meets everyone, James suggested. He'd been quiet throughout the conversation, but now he leaned forward with interest. We could host something at our place, a backyard barbecue or something, get all the grandparents in one place, let everyone meet Sophia, answer questions all at once instead of having the same conversation multiple times. Patricia and Elena exchanged glances. That's either a brilliant idea or a recipe for disaster, Patricia said. ¿Por qué no los dos? James said with a grin. Why not both? Sophia giggled. I kind of like the idea. Like ripping off a Band-Aid. Get all the awkward introductions over with at once. Elena wasn't so sure. The thought of mixing their carefully balanced dynamic with the unpredictable variables of extended family made her anxious. But she also saw the logic in James's suggestion. She said, let me think about it. It might actually be smart. Over the next few weeks, the idea gained momentum. Patricia checked with Marcus's parents, who were surprised but not hostile to the idea of meeting Elena. Elena's mother was thrilled at the prospect of finally meeting Sophia. They settled for a Saturday in July for the gathering, giving everyone time to prepare and adjust to the idea. As the date approached, Elena found herself increasingly nervous. She deep cleaned the house, planned and replanned the menu, obsessed over seating arrangements. James watched her spiral with patient amusement. It's going to be fine, he assured her. Everyone already knows the basic situation. We're just putting faces to names. Or I'm forcing all the most important people in my and Sophia's lives into one space and hoping they don't implode, Elena countered. There's no precedent for this, no etiquette guide for introducing your biological daughter to your mother and her paternal grandparents in the same afternoon. Then we make our own precedent, James said calmly. We do what we've been doing all along. We approach it with honesty and good faith and hope everyone else does the same. The day of the barbecue arrived with perfect weather, warm and sunny but not too hot, with a light breeze that kept things comfortable. Elena and James had set up their backyard with tables and chairs, a folding canopy for shade, and a playlist of inoffensive classic rock playing softly. Patricia and Sophia arrived first, both looking nervous despite their best efforts to appear casual. Patricia had brought a potato salad and Sophia carried a bouquet of flowers from their garden. For you, Sophia said, handing the flowers to Elena. Thanks for hosting this. I know it's a lot.
These are beautiful, thank you, Elena said, accepting the flowers and fighting the urge to pull Sophia into a hug. They developed more physical comfort with each other over the months, but Elena was still careful not to be overly affectionate in ways that might seem like she was overstepping. Elena's mother arrived next, and Elena held her breath as Maria met Sophia for the first time. Maria had tears in her eyes as she took in her granddaughter, and Elena could see her fighting not to be overwhelming. "Sophia," Maria said softly, "it's so wonderful to finally meet you. Elena has told me so much about you." "Nice to meet you too, Mrs. Martinez," Sophia said politely, shaking Maria's offered hand. "Please call me Maria. Or if you're comfortable with it, you could call me Grandma Maria, but no pressure, whatever feels right to you." Sophia glanced at Patricia, who gave a small nod of permission. "Okay, Grandma Maria," Sophia said tentatively, testing out the words. Maria's face lit up with pure joy, and Elena felt her chest tighten with emotion. Her mother had wanted to be a grandmother for so long, and now here she was, meeting her granddaughter for the first time, when that girl was already 14 years old. Marcus's parents arrived shortly after, and the energy in the yard shifted again. Carol and Bill Reeves were in their 70s, both silver-haired and dressed in tidy casual clothing that suggested they'd taken care with their appearance. They greeted Patricia and Sophia with warm hugs, then turned to meet Elena and James with expressions that were polite but guarded. "Thank you for having us. This is certainly an unusual situation," Carol said, her handshake firm. "It absolutely is," Elena agreed, appreciating the directness. "But we're all here because we care about Sophia and want what's best for her." "That we can agree on," Bill said, his expression softening slightly as he looked at his granddaughter. Once everyone had arrived and gotten drinks, they settled into an awkward but not hostile social dynamic. Maria and Carol discovered they'd both been teachers, which gave them common ground. Bill and James talked about architecture and construction, finding mutual interest in discussing the structural integrity of Portland's bridges. Patricia and Elena found themselves in the kitchen together preparing food and exchanging nervous glances. "This is going better than I thought," Patricia whispered. "It's still early," Elena said, though she was cautiously optimistic. "Wait until Carol finds out I'm not religious or Maria starts interrogating you about Sophia's college plans." Sure enough, as the afternoon wore on, more complicated conversations emerged. Over burgers and grilled vegetables, Maria asked Sophia about her academic interests and future plans with an intensity that bordered on interrogation. Carol made a comment about traditional family structures that caused Patricia to tense visibly. Bill asked pointed questions about the fertility clinic's protocols and whether there had been proper oversight. But Sophia handled it all with impressive grace, answering questions honestly while also setting boundaries when things got too invasive. "I appreciate your interest in my education, Grandma Maria, but I'm only 14. I haven't figured out my whole life plan yet." Of course, Maria backtracked, chastened. "I just get excited." The breakthrough moment came after dinner when Sophia pulled out her phone to show everyone photos from her recent debate competition. As they gathered around to look at pictures of Sophia giving speeches and holding trophies, Elena watched the grandparents' faces. Despite all their complications and concerns, they were united in their pride and affection for this girl. "You're so poised," Carol said, studying a photo of Sophia mid-speech. "Marcus would be so proud." "He would," Bill agreed, his voice thick. "He always loved a good argument." Elena was the same at that age. She was always questioning everything, never accepting easy answers. It drove her father crazy. Sophia looked between Maria and Carol with interest. "So I get it from both sides, the argumentative gene?" "Apparently so," Patricia said with a laugh. "Lucky you."
As the afternoon extended into evening, people began to relax into each other's company. Carol and Maria discovered they'd read many of the same books and fell into an animated discussion about contemporary fiction. Bill asked Elena about her journalism career with genuine interest. Patricia and James talked about the challenges of managing work-life balance. And Sophia moved easily between all the adults, comfortable and confident, clearly enjoying being the center of this unusual gathering. Elena watched her interact with each person and felt a swell of something that she was finally ready to name: maternal pride. Not the same kind of pride Patricia felt, perhaps, but pride nonetheless. As the party wound down and guests began to leave, Carol Reeves pulled Elena aside. The older woman's expression was serious, and Elena braced herself for criticism or confrontation. "I want to thank you," Carol said, surprising Elena completely. "Thank me?"
Patricia has done a beautiful job raising Sophia, but it's been hard for her doing it alone. Marcus's death devastated all of us, but especially Patricia and Sophia. They've needed more support than Bill and I have been able to provide. Carol paused, her eyes glistening. I was skeptical when Patricia told us about you. I didn't understand why she'd want to complicate things by bringing you into Sophia's life. But watching you today, seeing how much you care about her, I realize you're not complicating things. You're enriching them. Elena felt tears threatening. I care about her very much. I never expected to. Never planned for any of this, but I do. It shows, Carol said, and Sophia is better off for having more people who love her. We all are. After everyone had left and Elena and James were cleaning up, Sophia came back to help. Patricia had forgotten a serving dish, and when she'd returned to retrieve it, Sophia had asked if she could stay a bit longer to help clean up. The three of them worked in comfortable silence for a while, loading the dishwasher and putting away leftovers. Then Sophia spoke. That went okay, right? No major disasters. I'd say it went better than okay, James said. Your grandparents all managed not to kill each other, and everyone seemed to genuinely enjoy themselves by the end. Grandma Carol can be kind of intense, Sophia said apologetically. She means well, but she has very strong opinions about things. So does my mother, Elena said with a laugh. I was worried they'd clash, but they actually seem to get along. It's weird having so many grandparents now, Sophia admitted. I mean, I've always had Grandma Carol and Grandpa Bill, but adding Grandma Maria makes it feel like my family is expanding. Is that a good weird or a bad weird? Elena asked. Sophia considered the question. Good weird, I think. It's nice having more people who care about me. And Grandma Maria seems really cool. She told me she wants to take me to visit the art museum and introduce me to her book club. That sounds like my mother, Elena said. She'll probably try to adopt you fully within 6 months. I could handle that, Sophia said with a grin. After everyone had left and Elena and James finished the cleanup and collapsed onto their living room couch, exhausted but satisfied. We pulled it off, Elena said. We actually pulled it off. We did. And more importantly, I think we've established that this is real. This isn't just some weird temporary situation. Sophia is part of our family now, in whatever form that takes. Elena nodded against his shoulder. I think you're right. And that's terrifying and wonderful in equal measure. As summer progressed into fall and Sophia started high school, Elena found herself settling into a role she'd never anticipated, the involved but not intrusive adult mentor. She attended Sophia's debate competitions when invited, celebrated her academic achievements, and served as a sounding board for the various dramas and dilemmas of teenage life. She was careful never to undermine Patricia's authority or position, but she was present, consistent, and genuinely invested in Sophia's well-being. In late September, Sophia called Elena in tears. She'd had a massive fight with Patricia about curfew and was convinced her mother was being unreasonable. She says I have to be home by 9:30 on weeknights, even when there's a debate team event. Everyone else gets to stay until 10 or 10:30. She's treating me like a baby. Elena listened patiently, then asked, have you asked your mom why she set that particular curfew? She just says it's because I'm her mother, and that's the rule, Sophia said, frustration evident in her voice. Can I offer a perspective that might not make you feel better, but might help you understand? Elena asked. I guess. Your mom is a single parent who lost her partner suddenly and tragically. She lives every day with the knowledge that terrible things can happen without warning. When she sets a curfew, she's not trying to control you or treat you like a baby. She's trying to keep you safe in a world that she knows from personal experience can be dangerous. There was silence on the other end of the line. Then, in a smaller voice, Sophia said, I didn't think about it that way. That doesn't mean you can't negotiate with her, Elena continued. Maybe you could propose a compromise. 9:30 on regular weeknights, but 10:30 when there's a specific debate event and you have to text her every hour to check in. Show her you understand her concerns and you're willing to work with her to address them. That's actually a good idea, Sophia admitted. I was just yelling at her instead of trying to understand where she was coming from. We all do that sometimes, Elena said gently. It's part of being human. The important thing is being willing to step back, think about the other person's perspective, and try again. After they hung up, Elena texted Patricia. Sophia called me upset about the curfew situation. I tried to help her see your perspective while also suggesting she proposed a compromise. Hope that was okay. Parenting teenagers seems incredibly hard. Patricia's response was almost immediate. Thank you. She just came and apologized to me and proposed exactly the kind of reasonable compromise I was hoping for. You're a lifesaver. It was moments like this that made Elena realize how much her role had evolved. She wasn't just someone with a biological connection to Sophia anymore. She was someone Sophia trusted, someone Patricia relied on, someone who had genuine influence in this girl's life. In October, Sophia had a panic attack before a major debate competition. Elena was at the event, having become a regular fixture at Sophia's tournaments, and she found the girl hyperventilating in the bathroom, convinced she was going to fail, certain she'd forgotten everything she'd prepared. She sat with her on the bathroom floor, talking her through breathing exercises, reminding her of all the times she'd succeeded before, helping her regain her center. By the time Sophia took the stage, she was composed and focused. She didn't win the competition, but she performed well. And afterwards, she hugged Elena tightly. "Thank you," she whispered. "I don't know what I would have done if you hadn't been there." "You would have figured it out," Elena assured her, "but I'm glad I could help." Patricia, who had missed the panic attack because she'd been checking Sophia in with the tournament organizers, heard about it later and thanked Elena profusely. "I'm so glad you were there. Sophia gets anxious before big events, and sometimes she handles it better with someone who's not me. No idea why, but I'm grateful she has you." Elena understood why, even if Patricia didn't want to articulate it. Sometimes teenagers needed to fall apart in front of someone who wasn't their parent, someone they didn't feel they had to be strong for, someone who wouldn't worry quite as much. It wasn't about Patricia failing as a mother. It was about Sophia needing different things from different people.
That fall also brought Elena's own reckoning with what Sophia meant to her. She was having lunch with Casey, her psychologist friend, and found herself getting emotional as she talked about Sophia's recent achievements. "I'm so proud of her," Elena said, wiping at her eyes. "She's handling high school so well. She's excelling in debate. She's navigating this complicated family situation with such maturity. I know I didn't raise her. I know I haven't been there for most of her life, but I feel this overwhelming pride in who she is." "That's maternal love, Elena," Casey said gently. "What you're describing is exactly how mothers feel about their children." "But I'm not her mother," Elena protested. "Patricia is her mother." "Patricia is her mother," Casey agreed. "And you're also her mother, in a different way. Why do those two things have to be mutually exclusive?" Elena sat with that question for a long time. She'd been so careful to define herself as not a mother to Sophia, to maintain that boundary, to ensure everyone understood that Patricia's role was primary and irreplaceable. But the truth was, she did feel maternal toward Sophia. She worried about her, celebrated her successes, hurt when she hurt, wanted the world for her. That was maternal love, even if it had developed under unusual circumstances and didn't fit traditional definitions. She talked to James about it that night. "I think I've been lying to myself about my role in Sophia's life. I've been saying I'm not her mother, but I feel like a mother to her. Does that make me a terrible person? Am I disrespecting Patricia?" "Have you asked Patricia how she feels about it?" James suggested. So Elena did, during their monthly lunch. They were at a Vietnamese restaurant, and Elena waited until Sophia had excused herself to the restroom before bringing it up. "Can I ask you something that might be uncomfortable?" Elena began. "Of course," Patricia said, setting down her spring roll. "How do you feel about the way my relationship with Sophia has developed? I've been trying so hard not to overstep, not to try to be her mother, but the truth is, I feel maternal toward her.
I worry that might bother you or threaten you. Patricia was quiet for a moment, and Elena's heart rate increased with anxiety. Then Patricia spoke, her voice thoughtful and measured. When Sophia was born, I was terrified I wouldn't be enough for her, that she'd need more than I could give her, especially after Marcus died. I tried so hard to be everything: mother and father, provider and nurturer, disciplinarian and friend. And I've done okay, I think. But I've also been exhausted and lonely and overwhelmed. She paused, took a sip of her tea, then continued. When you came into our lives, my first instinct was to protect my territory, to make sure you knew I was her mother and you were something else. But watching you with Sophia over these months, seeing how much you care about her and how much she's come to care about you, I've realized something important. What's that? Elena asked. Sophia is better off with two mothers than with one, not two mothers competing for the same role, but two mothers who each offer her something different. I provide stability, consistency, discipline, the day-to-day parenting. You provide perspective, fresh advice, a different kind of support. She needs both of us, and acknowledging that doesn't diminish my role. If anything, it strengthens what I can offer her because I don't have to be everything anymore. Elena felt tears sliding down her cheeks. That's incredibly generous of you. It's not generosity, Patricia said firmly. It's acceptance of reality. You are Sophia's mother, biologically and now emotionally. I am also her mother in all the ways that matter, from having raised her. Those two truths can coexist. Sophia is lucky enough to have two mothers who love her. Why would I want to take that away from her by insisting on rigid definitions? When Sophia returned to the table, she found both women with red-rimmed eyes, clearly having been emotional. "What did I miss?" she asked with concern. "We were just talking about how much we both love you," Elena said honestly. "Oh," Sophia said, a smile spreading across her face. "That's nice. I love you both too." It was the first time any of them had said it explicitly, and the words hung in the air for a moment, powerful and transformative. "I mean it," Sophia continued, looking at Elena. "I know this whole situation is weird, but you're important to me. You've been there for me in ways I didn't even know I needed. I'm glad I met you. I'm glad you're in my life." Elena reached across the table and took Sophia's hand. "I'm glad too. This has been the strangest and most unexpected journey of my life, but I wouldn't change any of it." The three of them sat there, hands joined across the table, an unconventional family united by love and choice, and a clerical error that had turned out to be the most significant mistake any of them had ever been grateful for. The holidays that year were another exercise in navigating their blended family dynamics. Sophia had commitments to spend Thanksgiving with Marcus's parents and Christmas Eve with them as well, traditions Patricia wanted to maintain. But Sophia asked if she could spend Christmas Day with Elena and James, and Christmas morning with Patricia before coming over. "I want to do stockings with Mom like we always do, but then I'd like to come to your place for Christmas dinner, if that's okay. I want to be with both of you." Elena discussed it with Patricia, both of them acutely aware they were setting precedents that would likely last for years. "We could do it every other year," Patricia suggested. "This year, she spends Christmas Day with you. Next year, she stays with me all day." "Or we could all spend it together," Elena proposed hesitantly. "I mean, I know that's probably too weird, but we're going to be in each other's lives for the foreseeable future. Maybe we should embrace the unconventional family dynamic instead of trying to split time." Patricia considered it. "You'd really want to spend Christmas with your ex-egg donation recipient and her daughter who's also your biological daughter? That's a lot of complicated relationships for one holiday." "Put that way, it sounds insane," Elena admitted. "But in practice, the three of us get along well. James and you have become friends. Sophia clearly wants both of us there. Why not?" So Christmas was spent at Elena and James's house, with Patricia and Sophia joining them for dinner. Maria came as well, thrilled to spend the holiday with her granddaughter. It was strange and wonderful and occasionally awkward, but it worked. They played board games and watched movies and ate too much food, and by the end of the evening, it felt less like an awkward mashup of separate families and more like an actual family gathering.
As winter turned to spring, Sophia faced her first real romantic relationship drama. The boy from her debate team, Marcus, had finally asked her out the previous fall, and they'd been dating since October. But in March, they broke up after a fight about him not respecting her boundaries around physical intimacy. Sophia called Alina in tears. He said I was being approved because I didn't want to do more than kiss. He said everyone else our age is doing more. Am I wrong to want to go slow? Absolutely not, Alina said firmly. You get to set your own boundaries about your body, always. Anyone who tries to pressure you or make you feel bad about those boundaries is not someone who deserves to be in a relationship with you. But what if he's right? What if I'm being too uptight? Sophia, listen to me, Alina said, her voice serious. There is no too uptight when it comes to your body and what you're comfortable with. You're 15 years old. You have years ahead of you to figure out physical relationships, and you should do that at your own pace, not someone else's. The fact that this boy tried to pressure you tells me he wasn't respecting you, and you were right to end things. Mom said basically the same thing, Sophia admitted, but I wanted to hear it from you, too. We're both telling you the same thing because we both care about you and want you to value yourself, Alina said. You deserve someone who respects your boundaries without question. Don't settle for less. They talked for another hour, Alina sharing her own experiences with teenage relationships, the mistakes she'd made, the lessons she'd learned. By the end of the conversation, Sophia sounded more confident. Thanks, Alina. I'm glad I can talk to you about this stuff. Always, Alina said. That's what I'm here for. In April, Sophia was chosen to compete at a national debate championship in Washington, D.C. It was a huge honor, and she was beside herself with excitement and nervousness. Patricia would be going with her as chaperone, but the trip was expensive, even with the school providing some funding. Alina and James discussed it and decided to help cover costs. When Alina offered, Patricia initially refused. I can manage, Patricia said. I don't want you to feel obligated to pay for things. I don't feel obligated, Alina said honestly. I want to contribute. Sophia is brilliant and hardworking and deserves this opportunity. Let me help make it happen. Patricia finally agreed, and Alina was thrilled to be able to support Sophia's achievement in a concrete way. But she also felt a pang that she couldn't go to DC herself to watch Sophia compete. She had a major client presentation the same week and couldn't reschedule. Next time, Alina promised. The next big competition. I'll be there. Deal, Sophia said, and Alina saw the flicker of disappointment in her eyes that she was trying to hide. It was Patricia who solved the problem. What if we video chatted in during her speeches? We could set up my phone so you could watch from Portland. So that's what they did. Alina sat in her home office, client presentation done, and watched Sophia give a brilliant speech about climate policy via video chat. She cheered through the screen, and afterwards, Sophia's face appeared, beaming with pride and pleasure that Alina had been able to watch. You were amazing, Alina told her. I'm so proud of you. Thanks, Alina. I wish you could have been here in person, but this was good too. Sophia didn't win the national championship, but she placed in the top 10, an incredible achievement for a high school freshman. When she and Patricia returned to Portland, Alina and James hosted a celebration dinner, inviting Maria and Marcus's parents as well. All of Sophia's grandparents came together to celebrate her success, and Alina marveled at how far they'd all come. A year ago, none of you knew each other, she commented to Maria later that evening. Now you're all celebrating together like this is normal. It is normal, Maria said simply. For us anyway. We're Sophia's family. Of course we celebrate her together. As Sophia's freshman year drew to a close, Alina found herself reflecting on the incredible year it had been. Last summer, she hadn't known Sophia existed. Now, Sophia was one of the most important people in her life. She talked to the girl almost daily, saw her at least twice a month, had become deeply invested in her happiness and success.
She'd also become much closer to Patricia, who had evolved from an anxiety-inducing stranger into a genuine friend. They texted about things unrelated to Sophia, had gotten coffee together, just the two of them, shared the concerns and joys of raising a remarkable teenager. On a warm evening in June, Alina and James sat on their back deck, glasses of wine in hand, watching the sunset. "Can you believe it's been over a year since Patricia and Sophia showed up at our door?" Alina asked. "Barely," James admitted. "It feels like they've always been part of our lives now." "We have a daughter," Alina said, testing out the words she had been afraid to claim for so long. "We do," James agreed. "Not in the traditional sense, but yes, we have a daughter." "I love her," Alina said, her voice thick with emotion. "I love her so much. It scares me sometimes. I didn't know I had this capacity to love a child, especially one I didn't raise. But I do. I love her." "I know," James said, gently. "I love her too. She's a pretty incredible kid." "She's not a kid anymore," Alina said. "She's going to be 16 next summer. 2 more years and she'll be an adult." "Don't rush it," James said. "Let's enjoy the time we have." Alina nodded, watching the sky fade from orange to purple. She thought about all the milestones she'd missed: Sophia's birth, her first words, her first day of school. She thought about all the milestones to come: driver's license, prom, graduation, college. She wouldn't be the primary parent for any of them, but she would be there, present and supportive and loving. It wasn't the motherhood she had imagined all those years ago when she and James were doing IVF, but it was motherhood nonetheless, and it was more than she'd ever dreamed possible. Her phone buzzed with a text from Sophia. "Movie night at our place Friday. Mom's making her famous tacos, and we're watching that documentary about debate you told me about." Elena smiled and texted back. "Wouldn't miss it." The months leading up to Sophia's departure for Stanford were bittersweet for everyone involved. Elena found herself experiencing a particular kind of anticipatory grief, not the loss of a child she'd raised from birth, but the impending distance from someone who had become central to her daily life. She and Sophia had developed rituals over the past 4 years. Tuesday evening phone calls where they discussed everything from politics to pop culture, Saturday morning coffee runs when Sophia's schedule allowed, the standing invitation for Sophia to come to Elena's house whenever she needed a quiet place to study or just escape teenage drama. Patricia was dealing with her own complex emotions. She'd been a single mother since Sophia was 6, and their household had been just the two of them for so long that the impending empty nest felt particularly stark. She confided in Elena one afternoon over coffee, the two of them meeting alone as they'd started doing more frequently. "I know this is what's supposed to happen," Patricia said, stirring her latte absently. "Kids grow up and leave home. It's the natural order of things. But I've spent the last 12 years organizing my entire life around Sophia. When she leaves, I'm not sure who I am anymore." "I understand, even though my own experience of Sophia's departure would be different. You're the woman who raised an incredible daughter. You're a successful software engineer. You're someone who handles impossible situations with grace. Those things don't change when Sophia goes to college." "I know that intellectually," Patricia said, "but emotionally, I feel like I'm about to lose my purpose." "Have you thought about what you want to do with your newfound freedom?" Elena asked gently. "I'm not saying replace Sophia or fill the void immediately, but maybe there are things you've put off because you were focused on raising her?" Patricia was quiet for a long moment. "I haven't dated since Marcus died. 11 years, Elena. 11 years of being alone because I was too busy or too scared or too focused on Sophia to even consider it. And now?" Elena prompted. "Now I'm 43 years old and I'm about to be living alone for the first time since I was 25. It's terrifying and kind of exciting at the same time." She looked at Elena with vulnerability in her eyes. "Is it terrible that part of me is looking forward to Sophia leaving? I love her desperately, but I'm also ready to have my own life again." "That's not terrible at all," Elena assured her. "It's healthy. You've done your job as a parent. You've raised an incredible, capable young woman who's ready to take on the world. Being ready to reclaim your own identity doesn't make you a bad mother. It makes you human." They spent the rest of their coffee date discussing Patricia's possibilities. Maybe she'd travel. Maybe she'd pursue hobbies she'd let fall by the wayside. Maybe she'd eventually try dating. Elena found herself genuinely invested in Patricia's happiness beyond just her role as Sophia's mother. Over the past 4 years, Patricia had become a real friend, someone Elena valued in her own right. Meanwhile, James and Elena were having their own conversations about what Sophia's departure would mean. One evening, as they prepared dinner together, James brought up something that had been on his mind. "We need to talk about what happens if Sophia needs financial help with college. Stanford is expensive, even with the scholarship and financial aid she's getting. If she needs additional support, I want us to be prepared to help." Elena paused in chopping vegetables. "You'd be willing to contribute financially to her education?" "Elena, she's our daughter," James said simply. "Maybe not in the legal sense, maybe not in the traditional sense, but she's ours. If we have the resources to help her get through college without crushing debt, why wouldn't we?" "I just don't want you to feel obligated," Elena said. "She's my biological daughter, not yours."
James put down his spatula and turned to face her fully. "Do you remember when we first met Sophia, and I said that if we got the opportunity to know her, we'd be in it together? I meant that. Over these past 4 years, I've watched her grow into this amazing person. I've helped her with homework, I've attended her competitions, I've listened to her relationship troubles. She calls me Dad, Elena. That's not a title I take lightly. If she needs help, I want to provide it. We want to provide it. Together." Elena felt her eyes welling up. "How did I get so lucky to marry you?" "I ask myself the same question about you every day," James said with a grin, pulling her into a hug. They did end up discussing finances with Patricia and Sophia. It was an awkward conversation initially, Patricia insisting she could handle the costs, Sophia embarrassed to be discussing money, but eventually they worked out an arrangement where Patricia would cover what the financial aid didn't, and Elena and James would contribute to living expenses and books. It wasn't about replacing Patricia's role or diminishing her contribution. It was about all 3 parents working together to give Sophia the best possible start to her adult life. In July, Sophia turned 18, and they threw a large birthday party that brought together all the disparate threads of her life. Friends from school mixed with debate team colleagues, teachers who'd mentored her mingled with family members, and her 3 sets of parents worked together to orchestrate the celebration. Elena had spent weeks planning the party with Patricia, and she was struck by how seamlessly they functioned as a team now. They'd come so far from that first awkward meeting in Elena's kitchen, where they'd circled each other warily, unsure of how to navigate their impossible situation. At the party, Sophia gave a short speech thanking everyone for coming. "I'm officially an adult now," she said with a laugh, "which is terrifying because I still feel like I'm making everything up as I go. But I'm lucky to have so many people who believe in me and support me, especially my family." She paused, her eyes finding Patricia, Elena, and James in turn. "I have the most complicated family structure of anyone I know, but it works because everyone involved has been willing to put my needs first. Thank you for loving me enough to figure this out together." Later, as Elena was cleaning up, Sophia's friend Emma, the same girl who'd noticed the resemblance between Elena and Sophia years ago, approached her. "Can I ask you something?" Emma said, her tone curious but respectful. "Sure," Elena said, wondering if the question would be about college or careers or something else entirely. "Sophia told me the truth about your relationship last year, about how you're her biological mother, but her mom, Patricia, raised her. I've been thinking about it a lot, and I just wanted to say I think it's really cool how you all made it work." Elena was surprised Sophia had shared the full story with her friends. "Thank you. It hasn't always been easy, but it's been worth it. My parents are divorced and they can barely be in the same room without fighting, but you and Patricia planned this whole party together like it was no big deal. How did you do that?" Elena considered the question carefully. "I think it comes down to remembering that it's not about us. It's about Sophia.
Patricia and I both love her and want what's best for her. When you start from that shared foundation, it's easier to set aside ego and work together. I wish my parents could figure that out, Emma said wistfully. Maybe you could tell them what you've observed, Elena suggested. Sometimes parents need to hear from their kids about how their behavior affects them. After Emma walked away, Elena thought about the question. How had they made it work? The answer was more complex than she'd articulated to Emma. It had taken conscious effort, constant communication, willingness to be vulnerable, and the ability to set aside pride. It had required all three parents to check their egos at the door and remember that they were building something for Sophia, not for themselves. But it had also required something else, genuine respect and affection between the adults involved. Elena didn't just tolerate Patricia. She genuinely liked her, admired her strengths and grace, valued her friendship. The same was true of James' relationship with Patricia, and Patricia's relationship with both of them. They weren't just co-parents anymore. They were friends, chosen family in the truest sense of the word. As August approached and Sophia's departure loomed, Elena found herself experiencing something she hadn't anticipated. The desire to mark this transition with something meaningful. She mentioned it to James one evening. I want to give Sophia something before she leaves for Stanford, something that acknowledges what these past 4 years have meant, something she can take with her. She paused. Does that seem like overstepping? What did you have in mind? James asked. I'm not sure exactly. Maybe a piece of jewelry with some significance, or a photo album documenting these years together. I just want her to know that even though she's leaving, she's taking a piece of us with her. They ultimately decided on a necklace, a delicate gold chain with 3 interlocking circles, representing her 3 parents. Inside one of the circles, they had engraved the date Patricia and Sophia first knocked on Elena's door. It was subtle enough that only Sophia would understand its significance, but meaningful enough to carry weight. She agonized over whether to run it by Patricia first. She didn't want to make it seem like she was trying to compete or claim equal status, but when she mentioned it to Patricia, the other woman's response surprised her. That's beautiful, she said, her voice warm, and I think she'd love it. Actually, I've been working on something similar, a scrapbook of photos from all her life, from birth through now. I was going to include pictures of all of us together from these past few years. Would you and James want to contribute photos? So they combined their efforts. Patricia's scrapbook became a joint project with Elena and James providing photos and memories from their perspective. And the necklace became something all 3 parents presented together, a symbol of their united support for Sophia as she embarked on her next chapter. The week before Sophia left for Stanford, she spent increasing amounts of time at Elena and James' house. Patricia had encouraged it, recognizing that Sophia was processing her anxiety about leaving by spending time with the people she loved. One evening, Sophia and Elena sat on the back decks watching the sunset and talking about everything and nothing. Sophia had been quiet that day, more subdued than usual, and Elena had learned to recognize when the girl needed space to process her emotions. I'm scared, Sophia admitted finally, about leaving, about college, about everything changing. That's completely normal, Elena assured her. Everyone's scared before a big transition like this. But what if I'm not ready? What if I get there and I realize I've made a huge mistake? Sophia's voice was small, vulnerable in a way she rarely allowed herself to be. Elena reached over and took Sophia's hand. Then you'll deal with it. You'll adapt. You'll figure it out. That's what you've always done. She paused. Remember when you found out about me, about the egg donation? You were 14 years old, and your entire understanding of your identity got turned upside down. And you handled it with more maturity and grace than most adults would have. If you could navigate that, you can handle college. That's different, Sophia protested. I had you and Mom and James to help me through that. At Stanford, I'll be alone. You won't be alone, Elena said firmly. You'll have your mom 1 phone call away. You'll have me and James 1 phone call away. You'll have all your grandparents ready to support you. You'll make new friends and find new mentors. Leaving home doesn't mean leaving behind the people who love you. We're all still here, still invested in your happiness and success.
Sophia leaned her head on Elena's shoulder, and they sat in silence for a while, watching the sky fade from gold to purple. Elena felt the weight of the moment, knowing that their relationship was about to shift again. Sophia wouldn't be a regular presence in her daily life anymore. The Tuesday phone calls and Saturday coffee runs would be replaced by video chats and occasional visits. It was necessary and right, the natural progression of a child becoming an adult, but it hurt nonetheless. "Thank you," Sophia said quietly, "for everything, for taking a chance on this crazy situation, for loving me even though you didn't have to." "I absolutely had to," Elena said. "From the moment I met you, I had no choice. You walked into my life and claimed a piece of my heart, and I've been yours ever since." "That's really sappy," Sophia said, but Elena could hear the smile in her voice. "Being a parent means being sappy sometimes," Elena said. "You'll understand someday when you have kids of your own." "God, that's years away," Sophia laughed. "Let me get through college first." But the conversation stayed with Elena. Someday, potentially, Sophia would have children of her own, and Elena would be, what? A grandmother? The biological grandmother? It was another layer of complexity to consider, another way their unconventional family would have to navigate uncharted territory. She mentioned it to James that night as they were getting ready for bed. "I was thinking today about what happens when Sophia has kids someday. What will they call me?" James laughed. "We're really planning that far ahead now?" "I know it's years away, but it's something to think about. She'll have Patricia as her mother, so Patricia will be grandma or whatever Sophia's kids call her. But what will I be?" "Whatever feels right when the time comes," James said practically. "We've figured out everything else as we've gone along. We'll figure that out too." Elena knew he was right. They'd navigated every challenge so far by taking things as they came, communicating openly, and prioritizing Sophia's needs. There was no reason to think future challenges would be any different. The night before Sophia left for Stanford, Patricia hosted a small farewell dinner at her house. Just Sophia, Patricia, Elena, and James. It was intimate and emotional, all four of them acutely aware that this was the end of an era. Over Patricia's famous lasagna, they shared memories from the past 4 years. Sophia's first debate competition where Elena had attended, the disastrous camping trip where James had forgotten the tent poles, the time Patricia had tried to teach Sophia to drive and they'd both ended up in tears. They laughed and cried and held hands across the table, this chosen family that had formed against all odds. After dinner, Patricia presented Sophia with the scrapbook. Sophia paged through it slowly, tears streaming down her face as she looked at photos spanning her entire life. Baby pictures with Marcus, elementary school field trips with Patricia, recent photos of her with Elena and James at various events. The final page was a collage of all four of them together at Sophia's graduation party, and underneath it, Patricia had written, "You were so loved by so many. Never forget where you came from, but never be afraid to become who you're meant to be." Then Elena and James presented the necklace. When Sophia saw the 3 interlocking circles and understood their meaning, she broke down completely, sobbing as she put it on. "I'll never take it off," she promised. "I'll wear it every day and remember that I have 3 parents who love me enough to make this impossible situation work." They stayed up late that night, none of them wanting the evening to end, knowing that tomorrow everything would change again. At midnight, when Elena and James finally left, Elena hugged Sophia tightly. "I'm so proud of you," she whispered. "Not just for getting into Stanford or being valedictorian or any of your achievements. I'm proud of who you are as a person, your kindness, your integrity, your courage, your ability to navigate this complicated situation with such grace. You're extraordinary, Sophia." "I learned from the best," Sophia said, "from all of you." Driving home, Elena cried in the passenger seat while James drove in supportive silence. She was crying for the years she had missed, for the distance that was about to be created, for the bittersweetness of watching someone you love grow up and away. But she was also crying with joy and gratitude that she'd been given this opportunity at all, that a clerical error had transformed into the most meaningful relationship of her life. "She's going to be fine," James said, reaching over to squeeze Elena's hand. "We raised her well." "We did," Elena agreed, including herself in that statement for the first time without qualification or caveat. "All three of us, we raised her well, and now we get to watch her fly." The first few weeks after Sophia left for Stanford were harder than Elena had anticipated. She found herself reaching for her phone to text Sophia about something funny she had seen or an article she thought the girl would find interesting, then remembering that Sophia was busy with orientation activities, making new friends, adjusting to dorm life. Elena didn't want to be the needy parent who couldn't let go, so she held back, waiting for Sophia to reach out first. Patricia was struggling too. She called Elena more frequently than usual, sometimes just to talk, sometimes because she was worried she hadn't heard from Sophia in a few days. "Is this normal?" Patricia would ask. "Is it normal for her to go 3 days without calling? Am I being paranoid?" "You're not being paranoid," Elena would assure her. "You're being a mother whose daughter just left home. But yes, it's normal. She's busy. She's adjusting. She's probably overwhelmed. Give her space." It was strange being the voice of reason when Elena's emotions were turbulent, but perhaps that was the benefit of their arrangement. When one parent was struggling, the others could provide stability and perspective. When Sophia finally did video call, 2 weeks into the semester, she looked exhausted but happy. Her dorm room was visible behind her, walls already covered with posters and photos, her roommate's desk cluttered with textbooks in the background. "I'm so sorry I haven't called sooner," Sophia said, her words tumbling over each other. "It's been completely insane. Between orientation and classes starting and trying to make friends and figuring out the campus, I've barely had time to breathe." "How is it?" Elena asked, desperate for details, but trying not to sound too eager. Sophia launched into a detailed account of her first 2 weeks. Her introduction to political science class was fascinating. Her English professor was brilliant but intimidating. Her roommate Emma, different Emma than her high school friend, was from New York and played the violin at all hours. She'd already joined the debate team and was trying out for the school newspaper. "It sounds like you're throwing yourself into everything," Aleda observed. "Are you overwhelmed? Are you taking care of yourself?" "Mom asked me the exact same thing yesterday," Sophia said with a laugh. "I'm fine, I promise. Actually, I'm better than fine. I'm happy, like genuinely happy. Everything here is new and exciting and challenging, and I feel like I'm exactly where I'm supposed to be." Elena felt a complex mixture of emotions, joy that Sophia was thriving, pride in her adaptation, and a small, selfish sadness that Sophia was thriving without her. She pushed the last feeling aside, recognizing it as her own issue to deal with, not something to burden Sophia with. They video chatted for an hour, with Sophia showing Elena around her dorm room and introducing her to her roommate. When they finally hung up, Elena sat for a long time staring at her now dark computer screen, processing the conversation. James found her there and wrapped his arms around her from behind. "She sounds good." "I think she sounds great. That's what we wanted. So why do I feel so sad?" "Because loving someone means wanting the best for them, even when that best takes them away from us," James said wisely. "You're allowed to be sad about missing her while also being happy she's doing well." Over the following months, they settled into a new rhythm.
Sophia called every Sunday evening, rotating between Patricia, Elena, and her grandparents, so everyone got regular contact. She came home for Thanksgiving, bringing with her stories about college life and a newfound confidence that came from successfully navigating this major life transition. The Thanksgiving gathering that year included all the usual players, Patricia, Elena and James, Maria, Carol and Bill, but this time, Sophia was different. She held herself differently, spoke with more authority, engaged with the adults as an equal rather than as a child seeking approval. Elena watched her interact with everyone and felt that bittersweet pride again. "She's growing up so fast," Maria commented to Elena as they cleaned up after dinner. "It feels like yesterday she was a nervous 14-year-old showing up on your doorstep. 4.5 years. That's all it's been. But it feels like a lifetime."
"Do you ever regret it?" Maria asked, "not knowing her from the beginning, missing all those early years?" It was a question Elena had asked herself many times. "Of course I do," she admitted. "I would have loved to know her as a baby, as a little girl. But I also know that if the clinic hadn't made that error, if Patricia hadn't decided to reach out, I never would have known her at all. So yes, I regret what I missed, but I'm grateful beyond measure for what I got." Christmas that year was at Patricia's house, continuing the tradition they'd established of all celebrating together. Sophia seemed more relaxed than at Thanksgiving, having finished her first semester with strong grades and growing confidence in her abilities. She'd made the university debate team and already had her first competition scheduled for January. On Christmas morning, after presents had been opened and before dinner preparations began, Sophia asked Elena to go for a walk with her. They bundled up against Portland's winter chill and strolled through Patricia's neighborhood, their breath visible in the cold air. "I wanted to talk to you about something," Sophia began, her tone serious enough to make Elena's heart rate pick up slightly. "What's going on? Is everything okay?" "Everything's fine," Sophia assured her quickly. "Actually, everything's great, but I've been thinking a lot lately about identity and family and what everything means." Elena waited, letting Sophia work through her thoughts at her own pace. "When I first found out about you, about the egg donation, I was so confused about who I was. Like, if half my genetic material came from someone I didn't know, did that mean I didn't really know myself? And then when we started building a relationship, I had to figure out how to categorize you in my head. Were you my biological mother, but not my real mother? Were you a friend? A mentor? What were you?" "What did you decide?" Elena asked gently. "That the categories don't matter," Sophia said. "You're one of my moms, that's it. Not my biological mother or my genetic mother or any other qualifier. You're just one of my moms. Patricia is my mom who raised me, who was there for every skinned knee and school play and late night worry session. You're my mom who came into my life later, but who has been there for me in different but equally important ways. Both of you are real. Both relationships are valid, and I don't need to rank them or compare them." Elena felt tears freezing on her cheeks before she realized she was crying. Sophia continued, "But I wanted to tell you that because I know you've always been careful not to overstep, not to claim too much. But you don't need to be careful anymore. You're my mom. I love you. You love me. It's that simple." Elena pulled Sophia into a fierce hug, both of them crying now in the middle of the sidewalk. "I love you so much," Elena managed. So much." "I know," Sophia said, her voice muffled against Elena's shoulder. "I've always known, but I wanted to make sure you knew that I know. Does that make sense?" "Perfect sense," Elena laughed through her tears. They walked back to Patricia's house hand in hand, and Elena felt something settle in her chest that she hadn't realized was unsettled.
Sophia had given her permission to fully claim their relationship, to stop qualifying and categorizing and worrying. She was Sophia's mother, full stop. Patricia was also Sophia's mother, equally valid and important. Both things were true simultaneously, and that was okay. Sophia's sophomore year at Stanford brought new challenges and growth. She declared a double major in political science and journalism, much to Elena's delight. She took on an internship with a local newspaper in Palo Alto, writing pieces about campus politics and social issues. Her debate team traveled to competitions across the country, and Elena and James tried to attend when they could, while Patricia made it to others. They'd worked out an unspoken system for who attended what events based on schedules and proximity, and making sure Sophia felt supported but not smothered. Elena appreciated how naturally they'd fallen into this rhythm, how the early awkwardness and uncertainty had evolved into smooth coordination. In March of Sophia's sophomore year, Elena got a call from a number she didn't recognize. She almost didn't answer, assuming it was spam, but something made her pick up. "Elena Martinez?" a professional-sounding woman asked. "Speaking. My name is Dr. Rebecca Chen. I'm calling from the Pacific Fertility Institute. We worked with you approximately 17 years ago when you underwent egg retrieval and donation." Elena's heart stopped. "Yes?" "I'm calling because we've discovered additional clerical errors in our record keeping from that time period. The errors are similar to the one that resulted in your identity being disclosed to Patricia Reeves. We're in the process of auditing all files from that era and contacting affected parties." Elena sat down heavily, her legs suddenly weak. "Are you saying there are more?" "I'm saying there may be other instances where donor anonymity was compromised. We're still working through the records, but your name has appeared in multiple files where it should not have been. I wanted to reach out to you directly to inform you of the situation and to ask if you'd be willing to discuss this further." After Elena hung up, she sat in stunned silence for several minutes. Then she called James, who left work immediately to come home. By the time he arrived, Elena had progressed from shock to panic. "What if there are other children?" she asked, pacing the kitchen. "What if Sophia isn't the only one? What if there are multiple families out there who have my identifying information?" "Let's not catastrophize until we have more information," James said, though he looked shaken too. "Call the clinic back. Find out exactly what they know." It took 3 more calls and several days of anxiety before Elena had a clearer picture. The clinic had found her identifying information in 2 other files. One donation had resulted in no pregnancy. The other had resulted in a successful pregnancy, but the recipient family had never requested any information about the donor, so the error had remained undiscovered. "So there could be another child out there?" Elena asked Dr. Chen during their follow-up call. "It's possible," Dr. Chen admitted. "The family who received that donation has a child who would be approximately 16 years old now. However, we have no indication they're aware of the clerical error or interested in donor contact. We're required to notify them that the error occurred and offer to facilitate contact if they're interested, but they may choose not to pursue it." Elena hung up and immediately called Patricia. Of all people, Patricia would understand what Elena was feeling right now. "Are you okay?" Patricia asked after Elena explained the situation. "I don't know," Elena admitted. "When you and Sophia showed up on my doorstep, it was shocking, but also somehow meant to be, you know? But the idea that there might be another family out there, another child, I'm not sure how I feel about it." "How does James feel?" "He's worried about how I'm feeling more than anything else, but I think he's also concerned about what it would mean for our family, for Sophia if suddenly there's another sibling in the picture." "Have you told Sophia?" "Not yet. I wanted to get more information first, but I'll need to tell her soon." When Elena did tell Sophia, the reaction was immediate and intense. "I might have a sibling? Like a biological half-sibling?" Maybe, Elena cautioned. We don't know if the family will even want to make contact. This could all be nothing. But Sophia was already imagining possibilities. What if they do want to meet? What if there's another person out there with half your DNA? That would make us related, right? Like we'd share a biological mother. Technically, yes, Elena said. You'd be half siblings at least. Biologically? This is so weird, Sophia said, but she sounded more excited than upset. I've always been an only child. I never even considered that I might have siblings out there. We don't know anything yet, Elena reminded her. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. But it was too late. Sophia was already imagining scenarios, asking questions about what a relationship with a half-sibling might look like, wondering if they'd be similar to her. Elena tried to temper her enthusiasm, not wanting Sophia to be disappointed if the other family chose not to make contact. The clinic gave the other mother Elena's contact information and vice versa, along with a letter explaining the situation and offering to facilitate initial contact if desired. Elena received the other mother's name and email address, but was told not to initiate contact directly. The clinic would serve as the intermediary for any communications.
Days passed with no word, then a week. Elena tried not to obsess over it, tried to go about her normal life, but she found herself checking her email constantly, wondering if the other family would reach out. Finally, 2 weeks after receiving the information, Elena got an email forwarded through the clinic. It was from a woman named Jennifer Hartley, and it was carefully worded and clearly written after much deliberation. Dear Elena, it began. I received notification from the Pacific Fertility Institute about the clerical error that resulted in your identity being included in our files. I'll admit this was quite a shock, as my husband and I were assured at the time that the donation was completely anonymous. After much discussion and consideration, we've decided we would be open to an initial meeting, if you're interested. Our son, Christopher, is 16 years old and aware that he was conceived through egg donation. He's expressed curiosity about meeting his biological mother, though we want to be clear that we are his parents and any relationship would need to respect that boundary. If you're open to meeting, perhaps we could arrange a phone call first to discuss logistics and expectations. I'll understand if you'd prefer not to pursue this. The situation is complicated, and I know you already have a relationship with another family from your egg donations. Sincerely, Jennifer Hartley. Elena read the email 3 times, then forwarded it to James, Patricia, and Sophia. Within an hour, all 3 had responded. James, this is your decision. I'll support whatever you choose. Patricia, wow. Are you okay? Call me if you want to talk through this. Sophia, oh my God, I might have a brother. You have to meet them. Please, please, please. Elena couldn't help but smile at Sophia's enthusiasm, even as her own emotions churned. Meeting Jennifer and Christopher would mean opening herself up to another complicated family dynamic, another set of relationships to navigate. It had taken years to get the situation with Patricia and Sophia to work smoothly. Did she have the emotional energy to go through that process again? But she also couldn't ignore the curiosity. There was a 16-year-old boy out there who shared Sophia's DNA, who was biologically her son. How could she not meet him? She discussed it at length with James that evening. And I'm worried about Sophia, Elena admitted. She's already so excited about the possibility of having a sibling. What if it doesn't work out? What if Christopher doesn't like her, or they don't connect, or Jennifer and her husband decide this is all too complicated? Those are all valid concerns, James acknowledged. But you can't make this decision based solely on protecting Sophia. She's 19 years old enough to handle disappointment. This has to be about what you want. I think I want to meet them, Elena said slowly.
I'm scared and anxious and worried about all the ways this could go wrong, but I'm also curious. And I think I'd regret it if I didn't at least try. So, Elena responded to Jennifer's email, agreeing to a phone call. They scheduled it for the following Sunday, giving Elena a week to mentally prepare. The phone call was awkward at first, both women carefully feeling each other out. Jennifer was a pediatrician, married to a high school English teacher named Robert. They lived in Sacramento, about 90 miles from Stanford. Christopher was their only child, a junior in high school who played soccer and was interested in computer science. "How did you end up telling Christopher about the egg donation?" Elena asked. "We always planned to tell him," Jennifer said. "We felt it was important for him to know the truth about his origins. We told him when he was around 10, in age-appropriate terms, and have been answering his questions as they've come up since then." Sophia found out at 14. Her mother, Patricia, always meant to tell her but was waiting for the right time after her father died. The right time ended up being when Sophia needed emergency surgery and Patricia panicked about medical history. "I can imagine that was quite a shock for everyone involved," Jennifer said sympathetically. They talked for over an hour, gradually relaxing into the conversation. Jennifer seemed intelligent and thoughtful, someone who took parenting seriously and had put considerable effort into raising Christopher with awareness of his donor-conceived origins. By the end of the call, they'd tentatively agreed to an in-person meeting. "Christopher would like to meet you, and honestly, Robert and I are curious too. We've spent 16 years wondering about the woman who helped make our family possible." They decided on a neutral location, a cafe in Berkeley, roughly halfway between Portland and Sacramento. The date was set for 3 weeks out, giving everyone time to mentally prepare. Elena debated whether to bring Sophia to this initial meeting. On one hand, Sophia was desperate to meet Christopher. On the other hand, bringing her might complicate what was already going to be a delicate first encounter. In the end, it was Patricia who provided the wisdom Elena needed. "Bring her," Patricia said firmly when Elena called to discuss it. "She's already part of this, whether she's physically there or not, and Christopher might actually feel more comfortable meeting a peer than just being confronted by a biological mother he's never met." So, it was decided that Elena, James, and Sophia would make the trip to Berkeley together. They drove down the Friday before the scheduled Saturday meeting, staying overnight at a hotel and using the evening to prepare. "What if he doesn't like me?" Sophia worried as they had dinner at the hotel restaurant. "What if we have nothing in common?" "Then you'll have a polite conversation and go your separate ways. Not every biological connection translates to a meaningful relationship. Look at me and Christopher. We're meeting for the first time when he's 16. That's very different from the relationship I've built with you over years." "But you hope it works out, right? You hope we'll connect." "Of course I hope that. But I'm trying to manage my expectations and not put too much pressure on a first meeting." James had been mostly quiet during this exchange, but now he spoke up. "I think we should all remember that this is going to be weird and awkward no matter what. We're walking into a situation that doesn't have a social script. So let's give ourselves permission to be uncomfortable and to not have everything figured out right away." The next morning, they arrived at the cafe 15 minutes early, all of them too nervous to risk being late. Elena had seen photos of Christopher that Jennifer had emailed, a lanky teenage boy with dark hair and serious eyes, but seeing him in person was still a shock. He looked like Sophia. Not identical, but the familial resemblance was undeniable. They had the same shape to their faces, the same arch to their eyebrows, the same way of holding themselves. Sophia thought too. Elena watched her eyes widen as Christopher and his parents approached their table. Jennifer and Robert Hartley were in their mid-40s, both dressed casually but neatly, both looking as nervous as Elena felt. Christopher hung back slightly behind his parents, his hands shoved in his pockets, his expression guarded. "Elena," Jennifer said, offering a smile. "It's nice to meet you in person." "You too," Elena said, standing to shake hands. "This is my husband, James, and this is Sophia." Christopher's gaze snapped to Sophia, and Elena watched the siblings size each other up. For a long moment, nobody spoke. Then Christopher said, "You look like me," or "I look like you." "That's weird." "Super weird," Sophia agreed, and they both laughed nervously. The ice broken slightly, they all settled around the table they'd pushed together. Elena had prepared talking points, topics she thought might be safe to discuss, but in the moment, she found herself tongue-tied. It was Christopher who spoke first, directing his question to Elena. "So you donated eggs because you were trying to have a baby yourself?" "That's right," Elena confirmed. "My husband and I were doing IVF, and the clinic offered a program where we could reduce our costs by donating half my eggs." "But you didn't have a baby from your IVF?" "No," Elena said. "We tried multiple cycles, but none of them took. We eventually made peace with not having children." She glanced at Sophia. "Or at least we thought we weren't going to have children." "So I exist, but your biological children don't. That's kind of heavy." "It is," Elena agreed, appreciating his directness. "For a long time, I mourned the children I thought I'd never have. Then Sophia came into my life, and I realized I did have a child, just not in the way I'd expected. And now you're here, and I'm still trying to wrap my head around what that means."
"Do you want to be my mother?" Christopher asked bluntly. "Like, is that what you're looking for here?" Jennifer looked horrified. "Christopher, you can't just—" "It's okay," Elena interrupted. "It's a fair question." She looked at Christopher directly. "I don't know what I want from this relationship because I don't know what's possible or appropriate. You have parents who raised you and love you. I'm not trying to replace them or insert myself as another parent, but I'd like to get to know you if you're open to that. I'd like to understand who you are and what matters to you." "Why?" Christopher pressed. "Because you exist because of me," Elena said simply. "Half of your genetic material came from my body. That creates a connection whether we act on it or not. I've found over the past few years with Sophia that ignoring that connection doesn't make it go away. So maybe it's better to acknowledge it and see what develops naturally." Christopher seemed satisfied with this answer. He turned his attention to Sophia. "So we're, what, half-siblings?" "Biologically, yeah," Sophia said. "We share a biological mother, but have different fathers." "That's so weird," Christopher said again, but he was smiling slightly now. "Do you feel like my sister?" Sophia considered the question. "I don't know yet. We just met, but I'd like to find out." The conversation gradually became easier as they all relaxed slightly. They ordered food and coffee, and the discussion ranged from schools to hobbies to college plans. Christopher was indeed interested in computer science and was already taking advanced courses. He and Sophia discovered they'd both been on their respective debate teams, though Christopher had quit the previous year to focus on coding. Robert and James found common ground in their love of literature and teaching, while Jennifer and Elena discussed the medical field, Jennifer sharing stories from her pediatrics practice, Elena talking about the health reporting she'd done as a journalist. Patricia's approach to navigating the egg donation revelation with Sophia came up, and Jennifer listened with interest. "We told Christopher much earlier," Jennifer said, "but I sometimes wonder if that was the right call. He's had years to process it, which seems positive, but he's also had years to build up questions and curiosity about his biological origins." "There's no perfect way to handle it," Elena said. "Patricia and Sophia and I have all made mistakes along the way. We've figured it out through trial and error and constant communication." "Are you three close?" Robert asked, his tone suggesting genuine curiosity rather than judgment. "The three parents, I mean." "Very," Elena said.
Patricia and I have become genuine friends. We text regularly about things that have nothing to do with Sophia. James and Patricia are close too. It took time to get there, and it required all of us to set aside our egos and prioritize Sophia's well-being. But yes, we're close. She saw Jennifer and Robert exchange a glance, some unspoken communication passing between them. "That's encouraging to hear," Jennifer said carefully. "Robert and I have been discussing what this might look like if we decide to pursue ongoing contact. It helps to know it's possible for everyone to coexist peacefully." The meeting lasted 3 hours, and by the end, everyone seemed cautiously optimistic. As they prepared to leave, Sophia asked Christopher if she could have his phone number. "We could text, get to know each other better." Christopher looked to his parents, who nodded permission. "Yeah, okay, that could be cool." They exchanged numbers, and Elena watched them tentatively hut goodbye. Two teenagers who'd been strangers that morning but were now something else. Not quite siblings, not quite friends, but something new and undefined. On the drive back to Portland, Sophia was uncharacteristically quiet, processing everything that had happened. Finally, she spoke. "He's nice. Different from me, but nice." "Do you think you'll stay in touch?" Elena asked. "I think I want to. It's weird having a brother I didn't grow up with, but maybe it could be good weird instead of bad weird. That's all we can hope for." That night, back home in Portland, Elena lay awake thinking about the day. She had 2 biological children now, both teenagers, both conceived from eggs she had donated 17 years ago. Neither of them had she carried or given birth to or raised. But both of them were undeniably hers in some fundamental way. It was bizarre and complicated and occasionally overwhelming. But as she thought about Sophia's excitement at meeting Christopher, about Christopher's guarded but genuine curiosity, about the possibility of these 2 young people forming their own relationship independent of the adults, Elena felt something unexpected. Hope. Maybe this crazy, unconventional, impossible situation was going to work out after all. Over the following months, Sophia and Christopher developed a tentative relationship via text and video chat. They discovered they had more in common than either had expected. Both were night owls, both loved strategy games, both had strong opinions about everything and enjoyed debating them. They also discovered significant differences. Sophia was extroverted and thrived in social situations, while Christopher was more introverted and preferred small groups. Sophia was politically liberal and passionate about social justice, while Christopher was more conservative and focused on individual responsibility. But the differences seemed to intrigue rather than repel them. Elena would sometimes overhear Sophia's side of her video calls, spirited debates about policy or ethics or the best way to structure an argument. They challenged each other intellectually, and both seemed to enjoy having a sibling to spar with. Elena's relationship with Christopher developed more slowly. They emailed occasionally, usually about practical matters, medical history questions, or Christopher asking about Elena's journalism career for a school project. It was cordial but distant, nothing like the warmth that had developed quickly with Sophia. Elena tried not to compare the 2 relationships, but it was impossible not to notice the difference. She'd met Sophia at 14 and had 4 years to build their connection before Sophia left for college. Christopher was 16 when they met, with only 2 years before he'd be going to college himself. And he already had established parents he was close to. The circumstances were completely different. "I think he sees you more as a biological curiosity than as a potential parent figure," James observed one evening after Elena had hung up from a brief, slightly stilted phone call with Christopher. "Is that a bad thing?" Elena asked. "Not necessarily. It's just different from what you have with Sophia. Different doesn't mean worse." In June, Christopher graduated from high school. Jennifer had invited Elena and James to the ceremony, and after some internal debate, Elena had accepted. Sophia had finals that week and couldn't make it, which was probably for the best. This was Christopher's day, and Elena didn't want to complicate it by bringing the sibling dynamic into focus. The graduation was held at a large outdoor stadium, with hundreds of graduates and thousands of family members. Elena and James sat with Jennifer and Robert, watching Christopher cross the stage to receive his diploma. Elena felt proud, though it was more abstract pride than what she felt watching Sophia's achievements. She barely knew this boy, had no real claim on his accomplishments. Yet he existed because of me, and that created a connection she couldn't deny. At the graduation party afterward, Christopher introduced Elena and James to his friends as my biological mother and his husband. Elena noticed he didn't say my parents. That title was reserved for Jennifer and Robert. The distinction stung slightly, though Elena understood it. Later, when she and Christopher had a rare moment alone, he brought it up. I'm sorry if that was weird earlier, the way I introduced you to my friends. It wasn't weird, Elena assured him, though they both knew she was being diplomatic. It's just that you're not really my mom, you know? Christopher said, and you could see he was struggling to articulate something complex. Like, I get that you're my biological mother, and I appreciate that you donated your eggs and made it possible for me to exist, but Jennifer is my mom. She's the one who raised me, who's been there for everything. I'm not trying to replace them or insert myself as another parent. But I don't want to hurt your feelings, but I also don't want to pretend something that isn't true. Elena took a breath, pushing past her own hurt to hear what Christopher was really saying. I understand, and I respect that. Jennifer is your mother in every way that matters. I'm not trying to replace her or claim equal status. But you are Sophia's mom, Christopher continued. She talks about you that way. Why is it different with us? It was an astute question, and Elena considered her answer carefully. I met Sophia when she was 14, and her father had died years before. She had Patricia as her mother, but there was room in her life for another parent figure. I met you at 16, and you have both your parents. There's no space that needs filling. That doesn't make our connection less valid. It just makes it different. So what are you to me? Christopher asked. I'm the woman whose eggs helped create you, Elena said honestly. I'm someone who's interested in your life and who you are as a person. I'm someone you can reach out to if you ever need medical history information or just want to talk. But I'm not your mother, and I'm not trying to be. Is that okay? Christopher nodded, looking relieved. Yeah, that's okay.
Their conversation was interrupted by other party guests, but Elena felt like they'd reached an understanding. Christopher wasn't Sophia. Their relationships would be fundamentally different, and that was acceptable. The summer brought a new development. Sophia got an internship at a newspaper in Portland and decided to stay with Elena and James for June and July rather than living with Patricia. It was the longest continuous stretch they'd spent together, and it transformed their relationship from something maintained through visits and video calls to something lived daily. Elena loved having Sophia in the house. She loved the sound of Sophia's music playing from the guest room, loved finding Sophia's books scattered around the living room, loved the late-night conversations over tea when Sophia came home from evening events. But she was also hyper-aware of not overstepping, of remembering that this was temporary and that Patricia was still Sophia's primary parent. Patricia handled it with her usual grace. Enjoy it, she told Elena when Elena called to check in after the first week. I had her for 18 years before she went to college. You deserve this time with her. Don't you miss her? Elena asked. Desperately, Patricia admitted. But I also appreciate the break. I've been a single parent for so long that having my house to myself feels like a vacation. Plus, I'm dating someone, and it's nice to have privacy for that. Wait, you're dating? Elena said, surprised and delighted. Why didn't you tell me? Patricia laughed. It's very new, and I didn't want to jinx it. But yes, I've been seeing someone for about 2 months. His name is David. He's a colleague from work, and so far it's going well. They spent the next hour discussing Patricia's new relationship, and Elena felt genuinely happy for her friend. Patricia had spent over a decade alone, focused entirely on raising Sophia.
She deserved happiness and companionship. Having Sophia in the house also meant Elena got to witness her work life up close. Sophia was interning at an alt-weekly newspaper writing about local politics and cultural events. Elena would read her daughter's articles with pride, seeing her own journalistic instincts reflected in Sophia's writing. They'd discuss story angles over breakfast, and Elena would offer feedback on drafts when asked. One evening, Sophia came home from work visibly upset. Elena found her in the guest room, laptop open, staring at the screen with tears in her eyes. "What happened?" Elena asked, sitting on the edge of the bed. "I wrote an article about homeless services in Portland. I thought it was good, balanced, well-researched, but my editor gutted it. She said I was being too sympathetic to homeless individuals and not critical enough of the policies that enable homelessness. She basically rewrote the entire thing to have a completely different slant." "That's frustrating," Elena said sympathetically. "Did you talk to her about it?" "I tried, but she said if I want to write for her paper, I need to align with their editorial perspective. She said I'm free to take my article elsewhere if I don't like the changes." "The problem is, she's right. It's her paper, her editorial vision. I'm just an intern. I don't have the standing to push back." I remember the similar experiences from my own early journalism career. The frustration of having my words altered, my perspective diluted or changed to fit someone else's agenda. "What do you want to do?" "I don't know," Sophia admitted. "Part of me wants to quit on principle, but another part knows that I need this internship for my resume, and I can't afford to burn bridges over one article." "Those are both valid impulses," Elena said. "Can I offer some perspective from someone who's been there?" "Please." Editorial differences are part of journalism. Every publication has a slant, a perspective, an audience they're trying to reach. As a writer, you have to decide whether you can work within those constraints while maintaining your integrity. Sometimes the answer is yes. You can write for a publication whose overall mission you support, even if you don't agree with every editorial decision. Sometimes the answer is no. The compromise required is too great, and you need to find a different outlet. "How do I know which situation this is?" Sophia asked. "You have to examine your own values and priorities. Is this one article worth quitting over? Will you be able to write future pieces that align with your perspective, or will every article be a battle? What are you learning from this internship, and is that learning valuable enough to outweigh the frustration?" Sophia thought about it for a long time. Finally, she said, "I think I want to stay, at least for the rest of the summer. I'm learning a lot, even from the frustrating parts. And I can always write pieces for other outlets in my free time, stuff that's more aligned with my perspective." "That sounds like a mature decision. And for what it's worth, I'm proud of you for thinking it through rather than reacting impulsively." They talked late into the night about journalism ethics, about the balance between principled stands and pragmatic compromises, about navigating the early stages of a career. Elena shared stories from her own career, times she'd compromised and times she'd stood firm, and what she'd learned from each choice. These were the moments Elena treasured most. The late-night conversations, the ability to mentor Sophia through challenges, the sense that she was contributing something valuable to this young woman's development. It was what she had always imagined motherhood would be, and getting to experience it, even in this unconventional way, felt like a gift. In late July, Christopher called Elena, unusual enough that she immediately worried something was wrong. "Is everything okay?" she answered. "Yeah, everything's fine. I actually wanted to ask you something. I've been offered a spot in a summer coding boot camp at Stanford. It's a 3-week intensive program in August. Sophia mentioned she'd be back at Stanford by then, and I was wondering, do you think she'd mind if I visit her there while I'm there, or would that be weird?" Elena smiled. "I think she'd love it, but you should ask her directly, not go through me." "I know, I will. I just wanted to check with you first. Make sure you didn't think it was a bad idea or something. Christopher, you and Sophia are siblings. You don't need my permission to build a relationship with each other. In fact, I'm glad you're reaching out to her. There was a pause. Are you glad? I mean, of course. Why wouldn't I be? I don't know. I thought maybe it would be weird for you, the two of us getting close when you and I aren't really that close. Elena felt a pang at the implicit acknowledgement of their distant relationship, but she pushed it aside. Your relationship with Sophia is separate from your relationship with me. They don't have to mirror each other. Okay, Christopher said, sounding relieved. Thanks, Elena. After they hung up, Elena told Sophia about the call. Sophia's face lit up. Christopher wants to hang out? That's so cool. I can show him around campus, introduce him to my friends. It'll be fun having my brother visit. My brother. Sophia said it so casually, like it was established fact rather than new territory. Elena loved that Sophia had embraced the sibling relationship so fully, even though she and Christopher had known each other for less than 6 months. When Sophia left at the end of July to return to Stanford for her junior year, the house felt empty in a way it hadn't before. Elena had gotten used to her presence, to the signs of life a 20-year-old brought to a home. She missed her intensely. It's going to be like this when she graduates, James observed as they ate a quiet dinner the night after Sophia left. In 2 more years, she'll be done with college and starting her adult life. We won't have these summer visits anymore. Don't remind me, Elena said. I'm trying not to think about it. Maybe we should think about it, James suggested. Not to depress ourselves, but to appreciate what we have while we have it. We got 4 years with Sophia as a teenager, and now we're getting her college years in bits and pieces. It's more than you thought you'd ever have. He was right, of course. Elena had gone 42 years thinking she'd never have children, never have these experiences. The fact that she got to have them at all, even in this unconventional way, was miraculous. She needed to focus on gratitude rather than grief over what was temporary. In late July, Christopher called Elena, unusual enough that she immediately worried something was wrong. Is everything okay? Yeah, everything's fine. I actually wanted to ask you something. I've been offered a spot in a summer coding boot camp at Stanford. It's a 3-week intensive program in August. Sophia mentioned she'd be back at Stanford by then, and I was wondering, do you think she'd mind if I visit her there while I'm there, or would that be weird? Elena smiled. I think she'd love it, but you should ask her directly, not go through me. I know, I will. I just wanted to check with you first. Make sure you didn't think it was a bad idea or something. Christopher, you and Sophia are siblings. You don't need my permission to build a relationship with each other. In fact, I'm glad you're reaching out to her. There was a pause. Are you? Glad? I mean? Of course. Why wouldn't I be?
I don't know. I thought maybe it would be weird for you, the two of us getting close when you and I aren't really that close. Elena felt a pang at the implicit acknowledgement of their distant relationship, but she pushed it aside. Your relationship with Sophia is separate from your relationship with me. They don't have to mirror each other. Okay, Christopher said, sounding relieved. Thanks, Elena. After they hung up, Elena told Sophia about the call. Sophia's face lit up. Christopher wants to hang out? That's so cool. I can show him around campus, introduce him to my friends. It'll be fun having my brother visit. My brother? Sophia said it so casually, like it was established fact rather than new territory. Elena loved that Sophia had embraced the sibling relationship so fully, even though she and Christopher had known each other for less than 6 months. When Sophia left at the end of July to return to Stanford for her junior year, the house felt empty in a way it hadn't before. Elena had gotten used to her presence, to the signs of life a 20-year-old brought to a home. She missed her intensely. It's going to be like this when she graduates. James observed as they ate a quiet dinner the night after Sophia left. In 2 more years, she'll be done with college and starting her adult life. We won't have these summer visits anymore. Don't remind me, Elena said. I'm trying not to think about it. Maybe we should think about it, James suggested. Not to depress ourselves, but to appreciate what we have while we have it. We got 4 years with Sophia as a teenager, and now we're getting her college years in bits and pieces. It's more than you thought you'd ever have. He was right, of course. Elena had gone 42 years thinking she'd never have children, never have these experiences. The fact that she got to have them at all, even in this unconventional form, was miraculous. She needed to focus on gratitude rather than grief over what was temporary. In August, Christopher did visit Sophia at Stanford. They posted photos on social media, the two of them at various campus landmarks, at restaurants in Palo Alto, at a concert in San Francisco. Elena studied the photos, looking for signs of their connection. In every image, they looked comfortable together, like people who'd known each other for years rather than months. When Elena video chatted with Sophia the week after Christopher's visit, Sophia was enthusiastic about how well it had gone. He's actually really cool once you get past the serious exterior, Sophia said. We stayed up until 3 a.m. one night just talking about everything, family and identity and what it means to be donor conceived. It was intense, but also really good. I feel like I understand him better now. I'm glad, Elena said sincerely. It must be nice having a sibling. It is, Sophia agreed. Though it's weird that we're building this relationship as adults rather than having grown up together. Sometimes I wonder what it would have been like if we'd known about each other when we were kids. Different. Not necessarily better or worse, just different. I guess, Sophia said. Anyway, Christopher said he's thinking about applying to Stanford for college. His top choice was MIT, but now he's reconsidering. I told him I'd show him around more if he wants to visit again. After they hung up, Elena thought about the web of relationships that had formed from that initial clerical error. Sophia and Christopher, building a sibling bond. Patricia and Elena, having evolved from wary co-parents to genuine friends. Elena and Jennifer, still finding their footing, but cordial and respectful. All of them connected by Elena's eggs, donated 17 years ago, with no idea of the family tree that would eventually grow from them. It was messy and complicated and beautiful. Sophia's junior year was marked by increasing independence and focus. She'd taken on a leadership role with the Stanford Daily newspaper, was competing at the national level in debate, and was beginning to think seriously about what she wanted to do after graduation. Law school remained a possibility, but she was also considering journalism graduate school or going directly into investigative reporting. Elena tried to offer guidance without being pushy, sharing her own experiences, but acknowledging that the media landscape had significantly changed since her own career began. They had long conversations about the future of journalism, the importance of diverse voices in media, the challenge of sustaining investigative reporting in an era of declining revenue. I want to do work that matters, Sophia told Elena during one of their Sunday evening calls. I want to hold powerful people accountable, to tell stories that make a difference. But I also need to make a living, and I'm not sure those two things are compatible anymore. They're harder to balance than they used to be, Elena admitted, but people are finding ways. Nonprofit journalism, investigative funds, freelancing supplemented with other work. It's not the clear path it was when I started, but it's still possible if you're determined and creative. Did you ever regret leaving daily journalism, moving into communications consulting? Elena considered the question. Sometimes. I miss the adrenaline of breaking a story, the satisfaction of seeing real change result from my reporting. But I don't miss the stress and the brutal hours and the constant pressure. The consulting work gives me more balance, more control over my time. At 46, that matters more than it did at 26. Do you think you made the right choice? I think I made the right choice for where I was in my life when I made it. You'll make different choices because you're a different person living in a different era. And that's okay. These conversations felt like the heart of their relationship. Elena offering wisdom earned through experience, Sophia wrestling with decisions about her future, both of them navigating the strange space between mentor and mother, between friend and family. In November, Elena got another surprise phone call, this time from Dr. Rebecca Chen at the fertility clinic again. I'm calling with an update on our records audit.
We've completed our review of files from your donation period, and I wanted to let you know we didn't find any additional errors involving your identity. Elena felt a wave of relief. So it's just Sophia and Christopher? No other children? Correct. Your eggs were used in 4 donation cycles. 2 resulted in no pregnancy, including the one we'd already discussed with you. 2 resulted in successful pregnancies, Sophia Reeves and Christopher Hartley. So you have 2 biological children, both of whom you're now aware of. After hanging up, Elena sat with the information. 2 children, Sophia and Christopher. That was it. No more surprises waiting in the wings, no more families to navigate. She felt simultaneously relieved and oddly disappointed. Part of her had been bracing for additional revelations, additional complications. Knowing there wouldn't be any felt like closure. She called Patricia to share the news. So it's official. Sophia and Christopher are it. How do you feel about that? Patricia asked. I think good. It feels complete, like I can stop waiting for the other shoe to drop and just focus on the relationships I have. That's healthy, Patricia said. Speaking of relationships, I have some news. David and I are moving in together. Elena felt a surge of happiness for her friend. Patricia, that's wonderful. When did you decide? Recently. We've been dating for almost a year now, and it feels right. He's been spending most nights at my place anyway, and his lease is up next month, so we figured, why not make it official? How does Sophia feel about it? She's supportive. She really likes David. I was worried she'd feel like I was replacing Marcus or moving on too quickly, but she's been nothing but encouraging. I think she likes seeing me happy. They talked for another hour about Patricia's relationship, about David, who worked in cybersecurity and was apparently patient and kind and got along with Sophia. Elena found herself genuinely thrilled for Patricia, who deserved love and partnership after over a decade of single parenting. The holidays that year brought the whole extended family together again. Christmas was at Elena and James's house with Patricia and David, Sophia, Maria, Carol and Bill, and James's parents all in attendance. Elena had nervously invited Jennifer, Robert, and Christopher, unsure if mixing both families was too ambitious, but they'd accepted. Having everyone together was chaotic, but wonderful. The house was packed, conversations overlapping, multiple generations mingling. Elena watched Sophia and Christopher hanging out with their cousins, James's brother's kids, the 2 of them comfortable together now, their sibling bond solidified. She watched Patricia and David, the way he touched her back gently as they moved through the crowded house, the way she smiled at him with genuine affection. She watched Jennifer and Robert chatting with Carol and Bill about parenting teenagers, comparing notes on college applications and driving lessons. She watched all the grandparents doting on Sophia and Christopher, making no distinction between biological and non-biological connections. This was family. Messy, complicated, unconventional family built on choice and love and a willingness to make room for each other. During a quiet moment in the kitchen, Elena Jennifer approached. Thank you for including us in this. I know it's a lot, blending everyone together. Thank you for coming. I wasn't sure if it would be overwhelming. It is overwhelming, she admitted with a laugh, but in a good way. Christopher has been so much happier since connecting with Sophia, since having a sibling relationship, and Robert and I appreciate being included in this extended family network. It makes us feel less alone in navigating the donor-conceived situation. We're all figuring it out together. None of us have a roadmap.
No, but you and Patricia have done a remarkable job creating one. Watching the 2 of you co-parent Sophia so smoothly, seeing how much you genuinely respect and like each other, it's inspiring. Robert and I want to work toward that with you, if you're open to it. I'd like that, Elena said sincerely. Later that evening, after most guests had left and only Sophia, Patricia, and David remained, they sat around the living room in comfortable fatigue. That was a lot of people, Sophia observed, curled up on the couch with her 3rd cup of hot chocolate of the evening. It was perfect, Patricia said. She was leaning against David on the love seat, looking more relaxed and content than Elena had ever seen her. Can I propose a toast? James said, raising his wine glass. To families, the ones we're born into, the ones we create, and the ones we never expected but can't imagine living without. They all raised their glasses, and Elena felt tears pricking her eyes. 6 years ago, she'd been childless, resigned to a life without the family she'd always wanted. Now she had a daughter, A sort of son, a best friend in Patricia, an extended network of people connected by love and choice, and the weird accident of a clerical error. Life was strange and unpredictable and often didn't go according to plan. But sometimes, when you were very lucky, the detours led you exactly where you needed to be. Sophia's senior year at Stanford was a whirlwind of activity. She was applying to journalism graduate programs and law schools simultaneously, unable to decide which path to pursue. She was completing an intensive senior thesis on media bias and political polarization. She was working as an editor at the Stanford Daily, mentoring younger writers the way Elena had mentored her. Elena tried to be supportive without being overwhelming, offering advice when asked, but respecting Sophia's autonomy in making decisions. At 21, Sophia was an adult, capable of choosing her own path. But Elena still felt the parental urge to protect, to guide, to ensure she made the right choices. There are no right choices, Patricia said when Elena confessed her anxiety. They were having their monthly coffee date, which had become sacrosanct over the years. There are just choices, and then you deal with the consequences and make the best of them. When did you become so wise? Elena asked. When my daughter turned into an adult and I had to accept I couldn't control her life anymore, Patricia said with a laugh. It's liberating, actually. All those years of bearing sole responsibility for every decision, every outcome. Now she's responsible for herself, and I get to just be her mom rather than her manager. I never had to be her manager, Alana pointed out. You did all the heavy lifting of actual parenting. I just got the fun parts. Stop it, Patricia said firmly. You've been parenting Sophia for 7 years. Maybe not in the traditional way, maybe not with the same responsibilities I had, but you've been a parent to her. Own it. Alana was still learning to do that, to own the title of mother without qualification, to accept that her relationship with Sophia was real and valuable, even though it didn't fit conventional definitions. Patricia's permission and encouragement helped. In February, Sophia called with big news. I got accepted to Columbia Journalism School. Elena shrieked with excitement, startling James in the next room. Sophia, that's incredible! Congratulations! I also got into law school at Georgetown, UC Berkeley, and NYU, so now I actually have to decide what I want to do with my life. Over the next few weeks, Sophia agonized over the decision. Elena, Patricia, and James all offered their perspectives, but they were careful not to push too hard in any direction. This was Sophia's life, her choice to make. In the end, Sophia chose Columbia's journalism school. I want to be a journalist, she told Elena during one of their calls. Law school would be practical and safe, but journalism is what I love. Columbia is the best program in the country, and if I'm going to do this, I want to do it right. I'm so proud of you, Elena said, her voice thick with emotion. For following your passion, for choosing what matters to you, even if it's the harder path. I learned that from you, Sophia said. You've always told me to do work that matters, to chase stories that make a difference. I'm going to try. Sophia's graduation from Stanford in June was another major milestone. Elena, James, Patricia, David, all 3 grandmothers, both sets of grandparents, Jennifer, Robert, and Christopher all attended. The stadium was packed with thousands of people, but when Sophia walked across the stage to receive her diploma, Elena felt like she could see only her daughter. Her daughter. She had stopped qualifying it in her mind. Sophia was her daughter as surely as if Elena had given birth to her and raised her from infancy. After the ceremony, they gathered for photos. Sophia with Patricia and David, Sophia with Elena and James, Sophia with all her grandparents, Sophia with Christopher, Sophia with everyone together, this sprawling, unconventional family. Speech time, someone called out, and everyone turned expectantly to Sophia. Sophia laughed, purely unprepared, but she stepped on a bench so everyone could see her. I didn't prepare anything, she began, but I want to thank you all for being here. When I found out about Elena 7 years ago, I was confused and scared and angry. I thought my life was being disrupted, my identity being called into question. But what actually happened was my family expanded. I gained a second mom who has been there for me in ways I didn't even know I needed.
I gained grandparents and an amazing stepdad in James. I gained a brother in Christopher. I gained David, who makes my mom happier than I've ever seen her. Sophia's voice cracked with emotion, and Elena felt tears streaming down her own face. I have two moms, and they're both incredible. Patricia, you raised me, you sacrificed everything for me, you've been my rock through everything. Elena, you chose me, you embraced this complicated situation, you've been my mentor and my friend and my mother. I'm so lucky to have both of you. There wasn't a dry eye in the group. After Sophia stepped down from the bench, both Patricia and Elena hugged her simultaneously, the three of them crying and laughing together. The celebration dinner that evening was at a nice restaurant with a private room for their large party. Toasts were made, stories were shared, and Elena felt surrounded by love and possibility. Christopher, now preparing to start at Stanford himself in the fall, pulled Elena aside during dessert. "Can I talk to you for a minute?" They stepped out to a quiet hallway. Christopher looked nervous, and Elena felt my stomach tighten with apprehension. "I wanted to say thank you," Christopher began. "When we first met, I was kind of a jerk to you. I was defensive and distant, and I know I hurt your feelings by not calling you my mom." "Christopher, you were establishing boundaries. You weren't a jerk." "Let me finish," Christopher said with a small smile. "I was scared, I think. Scared that if I acknowledged you as my mother, it would somehow diminish Jennifer or I'd be betraying her. But watching you with Sophia, seeing how you and Patricia have made it work, I realized that having multiple parents doesn't mean dividing your love. It means multiplying it." My heart was pounding. "What are you saying?" "I'm saying that you are my mom," Christopher said with his voice shaking slightly. "Not in the same way Jennifer is, but in your own way. You gave me life, and you've shown interest in who I am, and you've included me in this amazing family. That makes you my mom. If it's okay with you, I'd like to call you that. Or maybe Elena Mom. I don't know, we can figure out the terminology." Elena pulled him into a fierce hug, both of them crying now. "You can call me whatever feels right to you. Mom, Elena Mom, just Elena. As long as you know I love you and I'm proud to be your mother." When they returned to the private room, hand in hand, everyone looked at them with curiosity. Christopher addressed the group. "I just want to say publicly that Elena is my mom. I have two moms, Jennifer, who raised me, and Elena, who gave me life and has welcomed me into this family. I'm grateful for both of them." Jennifer, sitting at the far end of the table, had tears in her eyes, but she was smiling. She raised her glass. "To Elena, for being generous and gracious and for creating this space where all of us can be family." The whole table raised their glasses, and Elena felt overwhelmed by the love and acceptance in the room. Later, as the evening wound down and people began to leave, Elena found herself standing with Patricia, both of them watching Sophia hold court with her younger cousins, telling them about college life. "We did good," Patricia said quietly. "We did," Elena agreed. "She's remarkable." "She got that from both of us," Patricia said, "and from Marcus, and from James, and from all the grandparents who've loved her. She's the product of all of us." "Do you ever regret it?" Elena asked. "Reaching out to me, making things so complicated?" Patricia turned to look at Elena directly. "Not 1 second. My life is immeasurably better because you're in it. Sophia's life is better. We're all better. The complication was worth it." Elena hugged her friend, this woman who had shown up on her doorstep 7 years ago and changed everything. "Thank you," she whispered, "for everything, for sharing Sophia with me, for being my friend, for trusting me." "Thank you for being worthy of that trust," Patricia replied.
The summer after Sophia's Stanford graduation was transitional for everyone. Sophia spent June traveling in Europe with friends before starting her graduate program at Columbia in September. Christopher was preparing to begin his freshman year at Stanford. He'd ultimately chosen it over MIT, influenced partly by Sophia's recommendation and partly by his own vision of what he wanted from his college experience. Elena and James used the quiet summer to reconnect with each other. The past 7 years had been so focused on integrating Sophia into their lives, on navigating the complex family dynamics, that their marriage had sometimes felt like it was on autopilot. "When did we last take a real vacation?" James asked one evening. "Just the two of us, no family obligations, no checking in with anyone?" Elena couldn't remember. They'd taken trips, certainly, but there had always been someone to touch base with, some responsibility tugging at them. "We should fix that." So they planned a 2-week trip to Italy, something they'd been talking about for years but never actually done. They told Sophia and Christopher and Patricia and everyone else that they'd be completely unreachable except for emergencies. The trip was transformative, walking through Rome and Florence and Venice, eating extraordinary food, making love in beautiful hotel rooms. They rediscovered the connection that had brought them together in the first place. They talked about their marriage, about how it had evolved, about what they wanted for their future. "I'm glad we never had biological children," James said one evening as they sat at a cafe in Siena watching the sunset. "Not because I don't love Sophia and Christopher, but because if we'd had bio kids, we might never have been open to this unconventional arrangement. We might have said thanks but no thanks when Patricia showed up." "You think so?" Elena asked. "Maybe. I don't know. But I think there's something about not having the children we expected that made us more open to the children we got. We weren't protecting a traditional family structure because we didn't have one to protect." Elena thought about this. "So all those years of infertility, all that grief and loss, you think it was preparing us for this?" "Not exactly," James said carefully. "I don't think the universe planned it that way or that everything happens for a reason, but I think we took our disappointment and grief and transformed it into openness and flexibility. We could have become bitter and closed off. Instead, we became more willing to embrace unconventional possibilities." They spent the rest of the evening talking about what came next. James was thinking about retirement in a few years, about whether they wanted to travel more or settle deeper into Portland. Elena was considering a new book project, something about modern families and the ways technology and reproductive medicine were reshaping traditional structures. "You should write it," James encouraged. "You have a unique perspective, having lived it, and you're a good writer. People would benefit from hearing your story." "Our story," Elena corrected. "It's not just mine." "Then write our story. With Patricia's permission, with Sophia's perspective, with Jennifer and Christopher's input. Make it a comprehensive look at how one clerical error created this beautiful, messy, complicated family." The idea took root, and Elena found herself energized by it. She'd been doing consulting work for years, and while it was satisfying and lucrative, it didn't feed her soul the way journalism once had. Writing a book about their experience could be a way to combine her professional skills with her personal story to create something meaningful. When they returned from Italy, Elena tentatively broached the idea with Patricia and Sophia. Both were enthusiastic, though Patricia had concerns about privacy. "I don't want this to be exploitative. I don't want us to become some kind of spectacle." Neither do I," Elena assured her. "It would be thoughtful and respectful, focused on the larger questions about family and identity rather than salacious details. And you'd have full veto power over anything I wrote about you." They agreed to think about it, and Elena began the preliminary research, reading other books about donor-conceived children, about non-traditional families, about the ethics of reproductive technology. The more she read, the more she realized how common variations of their story were becoming and how little good resource material existed for people navigating these situations. In September, Sophia moved to New York for Columbia. Elena helped her move into her tiny Manhattan apartment, spending a long weekend setting up the space and exploring the city. It was bittersweet. Sophia was embarking on this exciting new chapter, but she was also moving across the country, farther than she'd ever been. "I'm going to miss our monthly lunches," Elena said as they unpacked boxes. "We'll video chat," Sophia assured her, "and I'll come home for holidays. It's not like I'm disappearing." "I know, but I got used to having you close, to being able to see you regularly.
New York feels very far away. Is this what it felt like when I left for Stanford? Sophia asked perceptively. Worse, actually, Elena admitted. At least Stanford was on the West Coast. New York is a whole different time zone. You sound like Mom, Sophia teased. She said almost the exact same thing. Elena smiled. She and Patricia had indeed had very similar reactions to Sophia's move to New York. Despite their different relationships with Sophia, they were united in feeling the loss of her regular presence. Christopher started at Stanford that same month, and Elena made a point of checking in with him regularly. Without Sophia physically at Stanford anymore, Christopher was navigating freshman year without the immediate support of his older sister, and Elena wanted him to know he could reach out if he needed anything. To her surprise, he did reach out, more than she'd expected. He called to ask advice about classes and roommate conflicts. He texted pictures of campus life. He even invited Elena and James to Parents' Weekend in October, alongside Jennifer and Robert. Parents' Weekend was surreal. Elena walked around Stanford, Sophia's campus, for 4 years, with Christopher meeting his friends and professors. When people asked about her relationship to Christopher, he introduced her as one of my moms, and Elena's heart swelled every time. She and Jennifer navigated the weekend with increasing ease. They'd been in each other's orbit for over 2 years now, had attended numerous events together, had slowly built a foundation of mutual respect. They still weren't as close as Elena and Patricia. That relationship had been forged through more intense circumstances and more frequent contact, but they were friendly and cordial. Christopher seems really happy here, Elena commented, as she and Jennifer watched him across the dining hall, laughing with a group of friends. He does, Jennifer agreed. I was worried about him being so far from home, but he's thriving. And I think having you relatively nearby has helped. He knows he has support, even though Robert and I are in Sacramento. I'm happy to be here for him, Elena said sincerely. I know you are, and I'm grateful. When we first met, I'll admit, I was threatened by you. I worried you'd try to claim Christopher in ways that would undermine my role as his mother. But you've always been respectful of boundaries, and you've added to his life rather than complicating it. That was always the goal, Elena said, with both kids, to add rather than complicate. Later that evening at the hotel, James asked Elena how she was feeling about everything. Good, she said, meaning it. 7 years ago, I didn't know Sophia existed, and I'd never heard of Christopher. Now they're both central to my life in different ways. Sophia is at Columbia pursuing journalism. Christopher is thriving at Stanford studying computer science. Patricia is happy with David. Jennifer and Robert are solid. Everyone is healthy and content. What more could I ask for? Nothing, James said, pulling her close. You have everything you never knew you wanted. He was right. She'd spent years wanting a traditional family, a pregnancy, a baby, a child to raise from infancy. She'd mourned when that didn't happen. But what she'd gotten instead was richer and more complex than anything she'd imagined. She'd gotten Sophia at 14, already formed but still growing, and she'd been privileged to witness and support her development into adulthood. She'd gotten Christopher at 16, guarded at first but gradually opening up, allowing her to be part of his life. She'd gotten Patricia, a friend and co-parent who understood her in unique ways. She'd gotten Jennifer and Robert, cordial navigators of the donor conception landscape. She'd gotten David, Patricia's partner, who was kind to Sophia and accepted the complicated family dynamics with grace. She'd gotten 3 sets of grandparents for Sophia, all of them loving her and supporting her. She'd gotten holidays filled with dozens of people, all connected by choice and biology and accident. She'd gotten a family, just not the one she'd planned. And it was perfect. Sophia's first year at Columbia was challenging but rewarding. She took intensive courses in investigative journalism, multimedia storytelling, and media ethics. She worked on ambitious projects for the school's news service, reporting on housing inequality and political corruption in New York City. Elena read everything Sophia published with pride and offered feedback when asked. They video chatted every Sunday evening, continuing the ritual they'd established years ago. Sometimes Patricia joined the calls, sometimes it was just Sophia and Elena, but the connection remained strong despite the geographical distance. I'm working on a big story, Sophia told Elena one evening in February, about landlords in the Bronx who are illegally evicting tenants. It's complicated and potentially dangerous if I push too hard. I could use some advice from someone who's done this kind of reporting.
They spent 2 hours talking through the story, how to verify information, how to protect sources, how to push for accountability while managing risk. Elena shared stories from her own investigative work, the lessons she'd learned, the mistakes she'd made. "This is what I love most about our relationship," Sophia said as they were wrapping up. "You get it. You understand the work in ways that Mom, as amazing as she is, just doesn't. When I talk to her about journalism, she's supportive but doesn't really understand the nuances. But you lived this. You know what it's like." "I'm glad I can help," Elena said, "though your mom understands things about you that I never will. She has years of history and context that I'm missing." "I know," Sophia said. "That's why I need both of you. You give me different things." After they hung up, Elena thought about Sophia's words. Different things. That had been the key to making this work. All the adults recognizing they each brought something unique to Sophia's life, that they weren't in competition, but in collaboration. In March, Elena's book proposal was accepted by a major publisher. She'd spent months developing it, interviewing Patricia and Sophia and Christopher and Jennifer and Robert, researching the broader landscape of donor conception in modern families. The book would be part memoir, part journalism, part sociological exploration of how reproductive technology was reshaping families. The Anonymous Egg, One Family Story of Donor Conception, Identity, and Unconventional Love, Elena had titled it. Patricia had helped her workshop the title, and Sophia had contributed a foreword from the perspective of a donor-conceived person. "Are you sure you're comfortable with this?" Elena asked Patricia multiple times. "It's going to put our story out there for everyone to read." "I'm sure," Patricia said. "If our story can help other families navigating similar situations, then it's worth the loss of privacy. Plus, you've been very respectful in how you framed everything. I don't feel exploited or misrepresented." Writing the book consumed Elena for the next year. She dove deep into research, conducting interviews with other donor-conceived individuals, with parents who'd used donors, with fertility doctors and ethicists and psychologists. She wrote about the history of sperm and egg donation, the evolution of policies around anonymity, the debates about children's rights to know their genetic origins. But at the heart of the book was her family story, the clerical error that had led Patricia to her doorstep, the awkward early meetings, the gradual building of trust and relationship, the expansion to include Christopher and his family, the holidays and milestones and everyday moments that had transformed strangers into family. James read drafts and offered feedback. Patricia fact-checked sections about her experiences. Sophia contributed not just the foreword, but also an essay about what it had been like discovering Elena and building a relationship with her biological mother. Christopher, more reserved, gave permission for his story to be included, but didn't want to write anything himself. In the midst of writing, Elena got word that her mother, Maria, was sick, cancer, aggressive, already advanced by the time it was discovered. The prognosis wasn't good. Elena put the book aside to focus on her mother. Maria had chemo and radiation, and Elena accompanied her to appointments, stayed with her after treatments, helped manage her household when she was too weak to do it herself. Sophia blew home from New York when she could, wanting to spend time with the grandmother who'd embraced her so fully despite their unconventional connection. One afternoon, as Elena sat by Maria's hospital bed during a difficult treatment, her mother said something that stayed with her. "I'm so glad I got to know Sophia before I go. When you told me about her 7 years ago, I thought it was the strangest thing I'd ever heard, but she's given me so much joy. She's made me a grandmother when I thought I'd never be one." "You would have been a wonderful grandmother even to biological grandchildren," Elena said through her tears. "Maybe, but I got Sophia, and she's perfect. Blood doesn't make family. Love does." Maria died in June, and the funeral was attended by everyone in their extended family network. Sophia delivered a eulogy, talking about how Maria had accepted her immediately, how she'd never made Sophia feel like anything other than a beloved granddaughter, how she'd embodied the idea that family is chosen as much as given. Elena grieved hard, but she also felt grateful.
Her mother had lived to see Sophia graduate from college, to watch her embark on her journalism career, to know that Elena had found the family she'd always wanted, even if it looked nothing like what any of them had expected. After the funeral, Patricia pulled Elena aside. "Your mom was special. She could have been threatened by me or resentful of the situation, but she welcomed me and David into the family like we'd always belonged. I'm going to miss her." "She loved you," Elena said. "She told me once that she was grateful Sophia had so many people who cared about her. She saw you as a gift to Sophia, not a threat to our family." Sophia graduated from Columbia the following year with her master's degree in journalism and immediately landed a job at ProPublica, the prestigious investigative nonprofit. She'd be working on their housing inequality beat, exactly the kind of work she dreamed of doing. Elena flew to New York for the graduation, and afterward they had dinner, just the two of them, a rare moment of one-on-one time. "I'm proud of you," Elena said, raising her glass. "You've worked so hard, and you're starting an incredible career doing meaningful work." "I'm terrified," Sophia admitted. "ProPublica is the big leagues. What if I'm not good enough?" "You're absolutely good enough," Elena said firmly. "But even if you struggle at first, even if you make mistakes, that's part of learning. I made so many mistakes in my early career. The important thing is that you care about the work and you're willing to put in the effort to do it well." "Did you ever doubt yourself?" Sophia asked, "when you were starting out?" "Constantly," Elena laughed. "I spent the first 2 years of my career convinced I was about to be fired for incompetence. But I kept showing up, kept doing the work, and eventually I got better." "How do I know when I've made it? Like, at what point do you stop feeling like an imposter?" Elena thought about this carefully. "I'm not sure you ever completely stop, but at some point, you start trusting yourself more than you doubt yourself. You start recognizing your own competence. For me, it was probably around year 5 or 6 of my career, but everyone's different." They talked late into the night about careers and ambitions and the future. Sophia was 23 now, fully an adult, making her own way in the world. She didn't need Elena's permission or approval, but she still sought her counsel, still valued her perspective. "Can I tell you something?" Sophia said as they were preparing to leave the restaurant. "Always. Sometimes I forget that you didn't raise me. Like, when I think about my childhood, I have this weird sense that you were always there, even though I know you weren't. It's like my brain has retroactively inserted you into my life story." Elena felt her throat tighten. "Is that a good thing or a bad thing?" "A good thing, I think. It means you're really my mom, not just someone I have a relationship with. You're woven into how I understand myself." After they hugged goodbye and Elena headed back to her hotel, Elena thought about Sophia's words. She'd spent years worrying about overstepping, about claiming too much, about disrespecting Patricia's role. But Sophia herself was saying she was a mother, was essential to her identity. Maybe Elena needed to trust that and stop second-guessing herself. Christopher graduated from Stanford that same year with his computer science degree. He'd already accepted a job at a tech company in San Francisco, and he'd be staying in California rather than returning to Sacramento. Elena attended his graduation alongside Jennifer and Robert, and all 3 parents beamed with pride as he walked across the stage. At the graduation party, Christopher pulled Elena aside for a private conversation. "I want to ask you something, and I want you to be honest, even if you think it might hurt my feelings." "Okay," Elena said, bracing herself. "Do you love me the same way you love Sophia?" Elena took a breath, considering her answer carefully. "I love you differently than I love Sophia, but not less. I've known Sophia longer, we've built more history together, we have more shared interests. But that doesn't mean I love her more. You're my son, Christopher. I'm proud of you, I care about your well-being, I want the best for you. That's love. Even though we're not as close as you and Sophia are." "Even though," Elena confirmed. "Love isn't a competition or a comparison. I have room in my heart for both of you." Christopher nodded slowly. "I've been thinking about this a lot, about how I initially pushed you away, insisted you weren't really my mom. I think I was scared that if I acknowledged you as my mom, it would hurt Jennifer. But watching how you and Patricia have both been Sophia's mother without diminishing each other, I realized I was wrong. You were protecting your relationship with Jennifer. That's natural and healthy. Maybe. But I also think I was protecting myself from vulnerability. It's scary to let someone new into your heart, to acknowledge a parent-child relationship that doesn't follow traditional rules. But I want to do that now. I want to be closer to you, if you're open to that. I'm very open to that. Elena pulled him into a hug.
Over the following year, as Christopher settled into his job in his San Francisco apartment, he and Elena did grow closer. They had lunch every few weeks, sometimes with James, sometimes just the two of them. Christopher would tell her about his work, his dating life, his struggles with imposter syndrome in the competitive tech world. Elena would listen and offer advice and occasionally share stories from her own career in life. It wasn't the same as her relationship with Sophia. It couldn't be, given their different histories and the different stages of life when they'd met. But it was real and meaningful, and Elena cherished it. The book was published the following spring to positive reviews and strong sales. The anonymous egg struck a chord with readers, many of whom reached out to share their own stories of donor conception, adoption, foster care, and other non-traditional family structures. Elena did a book tour, appearing on podcasts and at bookstores and on a few television shows. Patricia accompanied her to several events, and they'd do joint readings and Q&A sessions. Sophia wrote articles about the book for various publications, adding her perspective as a donor-conceived person who'd found her biological mother. "This is wild," Sophia said after one particularly large bookstore event in Seattle. "Our story is resonating with so many people. I didn't realize how common these situations are." "They're becoming more common all the time," Elena said. "As reproductive technology advances and as DNA testing becomes more accessible, the old model of anonymous donation is breaking down. More and more donor-conceived people are finding their biological parents, and all of those families have to figure out how to navigate these relationships." "Are you glad we figured it out?" Sophia asked. "Like, if you could go back to that day Patricia showed up on your doorstep knowing everything you know now, would you still open the door?" "Without hesitation," Elena said immediately. "You are one of the best things that ever happened to me. This whole complicated, messy, beautiful situation is one of the best things that ever happened to me." As the years passed and Sophia and Christopher moved fully into their adult lives, Elena's role shifted again. She was less involved in day-to-day decisions, less needed for immediate support, but she remained a constant presence. The person Sophia called after landing a big story, the person Christopher texted when he needed a career advice, the person both of them invited to major life events. When Sophia got engaged at 26 to a fellow journalist named Marcus, she had apparently inherited her mother's taste for names, Elena cried with joy. The wedding planning involved extensive negotiations about family roles, who would walk Sophia down the aisle. She chose to have both Patricia and Elena escort her. Who would give speeches? Everyone. How to acknowledge the various parents and step-parents and grandparents. The wedding itself was beautiful and chaotic, with over 200 guests representing the sprawling family network they'd built. Patricia's toast made everyone cry. Elena's toast made everyone laugh. Marcus's toast, given by Sophia's husband-to-be about his mother-in-law, Patricia, and his other mother-in-law, Elena, captured the unique beauty of their situation. "I'm marrying into the most complicated family tree I've ever encountered. Sophia has two mothers who both raised her in different ways. She has a brother she didn't grow up with but is incredibly close to. She has more grandparents than I can keep track of. And somehow, miraculously, they all get along. They all genuinely love and support each other. That's the family I'm joining, and I couldn't be happier about it." Christopher was in the wedding party, standing on Sophia's side as her broster, brother-sister, a portmanteau they'd invented.
He gave his own speech about what it meant to find a sibling later in life, about how Sophia had welcomed him into her world without hesitation, about how their bond had enriched both their lives. Jennifer and Robert sat at the same table as Elena and James, all four of them watching Christopher with parental pride. They'd grown closer over the years, these two sets of parents, united by their shared children. "We did something right," Jennifer commented to Elena at one point during the reception. "Look at them. Christopher and Sophia, so happy and confident and connected to each other. We gave them that." "We all did," Elena agreed, glancing over at Patricia, who was dancing with David. "All of us, working together." 2 years later, Christopher got married to a woman named Priya, and the same complicated family dynamics played out again. This time, Elena was more experienced with navigating the multiple parent situation, and she and Jennifer worked together to ensure that both of them felt included without overwhelming Christopher and Priya. At 55, Elena found herself thinking often about the arc of her life. She'd spent her 20s and 30s desperate for children, her early 40s grieving their absence, her mid-40s discovering Sophia and Christopher, and now her 50s watching them build their own adult lives. She'd published a successful book, had a fulfilling marriage to James, maintained close friendships with Patricia and Jennifer. She had grandparent-like relationships with Sophia and Christopher's friends' children, though neither of her kids had kids of their own yet. She was healthy, financially secure, content. "Did you ever imagine your life would look like this?" James asked her on their 30th wedding anniversary. They were on another trip to Italy, revisiting the places they'd loved years before. "Never," Elena laughed. "When we got married, I thought we'd have 2 or 3 kids by now, biological children we'd raised from birth. I thought we'd be dealing with teenagers and college tuition and normal parenting challenges. And instead we have 2 adult children we didn't raise, a co-parenting relationship with their other parents, and a family structure that requires explanation at every social gathering. It's nothing like I imagined." "But," James prompted, hearing the unspoken word. "But it's better," Elena said honestly. "It's richer and more complex and more interesting than anything I could have planned. I love Sophia and Christopher so much, maybe even more intensely because I didn't take them for granted. Every moment with them felt precious because I knew how easily I could have never known them at all." "No regrets?" James asked. "About us? Never. About infertility? Sometimes. I still mourn the children we didn't have, the pregnancy experiences I missed, the baby and toddler years with Sophia and Christopher that I'll never get. But I've learned that you can hold grief and gratitude simultaneously. I'm sad about what I lost and grateful for what I gained." They spent their anniversary trip talking about the future. James was thinking about retiring fully in a few years. Elena's consulting practice was thriving, but she was ready to wind it down and focus on writing. They talked about traveling more, about maybe splitting their time between Portland and somewhere warmer, about what their later years might look like. "I hope Sophia and Christopher have kids someday," Elena admitted. "I want to be a grandmother, to be involved in their children's lives." "You will be," James assured her. "Maybe not in the traditional sense, but you'll be there." When Sophia announced her pregnancy at 28, Elena was beside herself with joy and immediately anxious about her role. Would she be a grandmother? What would Sophia's child call her? How would they navigate the fact that Patricia was the grandmother in the traditional sense, having raised Sophia? Sophia, as usual, was matter-of-fact about it. "You're both my grandmothers. The baby will have Grandma Patricia and Grandma Elena. It's not complicated." "But what if Patricia feels like I'm overstepping?" Elena worried. "Then Patricia will tell you, just like she has for the last 20 years whenever anyone overstepped. But I don't think she will. She's been talking about being a grandmother since before I even met you." Patricia confirmed this when Elena called her. "Of course you're going to be a grandmother. Did you think I expected you to suddenly disappear from Sophia's life once babies entered the picture?" "I didn't know what to think," Elena admitted. "Well, think this. You and I are going to be co-parents just like we've been co-parents. We'll probably spoil this baby rotten together and drive Sophia crazy. It'll be great." Sophia's pregnancy was healthy and uneventful, and Elena was present, along with Patricia, Marcus, and Sophia's father-in-law, when her daughter was born. Little Maya Martinez Chen was perfect, with dark hair and curious eyes, and Elena fell in love immediately. Holding Maya for the first time, Elena felt a complex rush of emotions. This baby was my biological granddaughter, carrying my genetic material in her cells. But more than that, this baby was Sophia's daughter, and Sophia was my daughter, and that made Maya my granddaughter in every way that mattered. "She's beautiful," Elena whispered, tears streaming down her face. "She has your eyebrows," Sophia observed from the hospital bed. "Isn't that weird? 3 generations of the same eyebrows?" Patricia, holding Maya after Elena laughed. "She does have Elena's eyebrows, but she has Sophia's nose and Marcus's chin. She's a perfect blend of everyone." The first year of Maya's life was intense and wonderful. Elena and Patricia took turns helping Sophia and Marcus with childcare, sometimes together, sometimes separately. Elena learned to change diapers and give bottles and soothe a crying baby, all the things she'd missed with Sophia and Christopher. It was exhausting and fulfilling in equal measure. Christopher met Maya when she was 2 months old, making a special trip from San Francisco to New York. The photo of him holding his niece, both of them studying each other seriously, became one of Elena's favorites. "She's so tiny," Christopher marveled. "I can't believe Sophia and I were ever this small." "You were," Elena assured him. "I've seen the photos." "Do you wish you'd known us when we were babies?" Christopher asked, a question he'd never voiced before. Elena considered her answer. Yes and no. Yes, because I would have loved to have all those years with you both. No, because if I'd known you as babies, the circumstances would have been completely different. I wouldn't have the relationship with Patricia that I have now. You wouldn't have the relationship with Jennifer and Robert. Our family wouldn't look the way it does. So I accept that I missed those years, and I'm grateful for the years I did get. When Maya was 6 months old, Christopher announced his own engagement to Priya. The wedding would be the following year, a blend of his family's traditions and Priya's Indian heritage. Planning it required navigating yet another layer of family complexity, this time incorporating Priya's large extended family into the mix. At the wedding, during the reception, Elena found herself at a table with Jennifer and Robert, Patricia and David, and Priya's parents. They were watching Christopher and Priya on the dance floor, clearly blissful. "We made some beautiful children," Jennifer commented, and everyone laughed. "We did," Patricia agreed, even though most of us didn't actually make them in the traditional sense. "Does it matter?" Priya's mother asked. She'd been learning about Christopher's family situation and found it fascinating. "You all raised good people. That's what counts." "It doesn't matter," Elena agreed, "not in any way that's important." Later, as she and James drove back to their hotel, Elena reflected on the evening. Priya's mother has a point. We got so caught up for so many years in who was the biological parent, who had what claim, how to categorize everyone. But at the end of the day, what mattered was that we all loved Sophia and Christopher and wanted the best for them. And that you were all willing to make room for each other. That was the crucial part. You didn't have to become friends with Patricia or Jennifer. You chose to. "Because it was best for the kids," Elena said. "No," Christopher corrected gently. "At first, yes, it was about the kids. But somewhere along the way, it became about more than that. You genuinely like Patricia and Jennifer. They've enriched your life independent of your children. That's what made this whole thing work." He was right, Elena realized. Her friendship with Patricia had long ago transcended their shared connection to Sophia. They were real friends, people who would choose each other's company even if Sophia wasn't in the picture. The same was increasingly true with Jennifer. By the time Elena turned 60, she had 2 grandchildren, Maya, who was 4, and Christopher and Priya's son, Raj, who was 1. She split her time between New York, where Sophia's family lived, and San Francisco, where Christopher's family was, with regular returns to Portland, which remained her home base. James had fully retired, and they'd bought a small apartment in Manhattan to make visiting Maya easier. Elena had published a second book, a follow-up to The Anonymous Egg, that explored how donor-conceived people were using DNA testing to find biological relatives and how that was reshaping families across America. The book tour brought her into contact with hundreds of people navigating similar situations: adoptees finding birth parents, sperm donor offspring connecting with half-siblings, egg donor children seeking their biological mothers. Every story was unique, but there were common threads: the hunger to know one's origins, the complexity of integrating new family members into existing structures, the question of what makes someone real family. "You're kind of famous in the donor-conceived community," Sophia told me one day as they watched Maya play in a New York park. "People see you as someone who did it right, who built successful relationships across biological and social parent boundaries." "I don't know if we did it right," Elena said. "We just did our best and got lucky that everyone involved was willing to be flexible and generous." "That's not luck," Sophia argued. "That's choice. You and Mom and Jennifer and Robert and James all chose to make it work. You could have chosen differently." At 60, Elena also found herself reflecting on her mortality in ways she hadn't before. Her mother had died at 72, not that old. Her father had passed before she met Sophia. She was aware that her time with her grandchildren might be limited, and she wanted to make the most of it. She and Patricia talked about this one afternoon. They were both in New York visiting Sophia, and they'd snuck away for coffee while Marcus watched Maya. "Do you ever think about how much we've been through together?" Patricia asked. 23 years since I showed up on your doorstep, almost a quarter century. It feels like forever and no time at all simultaneously." "I want you to know something," Patricia said seriously. "If something happens to me, I want you to be involved in Sophia's life, in Maya's life, just as much as you are now. You're not just biologically connected to them, you're chosen family. That doesn't change even if I'm not here." "Don't talk like that," Elena protested. "I'm just being realistic. We're both 60 now. We need to think about these things. And I want to make sure you know that you're not a secondary parent or a contingency plan. You're Sophia's mother, just like I am. That's permanent." Elena felt tears streaming down her face. "Thank you. And the same goes for you if something happens to me. You're not just Sophia's mother, you're my family. You've been my closest friend for over 2 decades. They held hands across the table, two women who'd been brought together by accident and who'd chosen to build something beautiful and lasting. Later that week, Elena had a similar conversation with Jennifer. Though their relationship was less intense, still, Jennifer expressed similar sentiments: that Elena was Christopher's mother, that she was Raj's grandmother, that these connections were real and enduring, regardless of what the future held. As Elena flew back to Portland after that trip, she thought about the family she'd built. It was vast and complicated, spanning multiple states and multiple generations. It included biological connections and chosen connections and everything in between. She thought about Patricia, her co-parent and best friend. She thought about James, her partner for over 35 years, who'd supported her through infertility and unexpected parenthood, and everything in between. She thought about Jennifer and Robert, fellow travelers on this strange journey of donor-conceived parenting. She thought about David, Patricia's husband, who'd integrated seamlessly into our complicated family structure. She thought about Sophia, her first miracle, the 14-year-old who showed up on her doorstep and changed everything. She was 31 now, an accomplished journalist, a wife, a mother. She was confident and capable and kind, a woman any parent would be proud to have raised. She thought about Christopher, her second surprise, who'd been guarded at first but who'd gradually let her in. Christopher was 29 now, thriving in his tech career, happily married, a new parent. He'd grown from the defensive teenager she'd first met into a thoughtful, generous man. She thought about Maya and Raj, her grandchildren, who would grow up knowing from the beginning that family could look different from the traditional model, that love wasn't limited by biology or convention. And she thought about herself at 42, standing at her door, looking at two strangers who claimed an impossible connection. She thought about how terrified she'd been, how uncertain, how worried about making the wrong choice. She thought about how she'd chosen to open the door, to hear their story, to take a chance on something unprecedented. It was the best decision she'd ever made. Elena's 65th birthday was celebrated with a massive gathering that brought together everyone in their extended family network. They rented a large event space in Portland, and over 100 people attended. Sophia's family, Christopher's family, Patricia and David, Jennifer and Robert, James's relatives, old friends, colleagues from Elena's journalism career. Sophia and Christopher organized the event together, working as a team in ways that warmed Elena's heart. They'd commissioned a photo collage showing the evolution of their family over 25 years, starting with that first awkward photo from Sophia's 8th grade graduation party, progressing through countless milestones, and ending with recent photos of the whole family, including Maya and Raj. "Speech! Speech!" people called out as the evening progressed. Elena stood, looking out at the sea of faces. "I don't even know where to begin," she said. "When I turned 40, I thought I knew what my life would look like. James and I were happily married but childless. I'd made peace with that, or at least I thought I had. Then at 42, everything changed." She told the abbreviated version of the story. Patricia and Sophia appearing at my door, the revelation about the egg donation, the decision to build a relationship. I was terrified. I had no idea how to be a mother to a teenager I just met. I was worried about overstepping, about hurting people, about making everything worse. She looked at Patricia, who was smiling through tears. But Patricia was generous beyond measure. She could have kept Sophia to herself, could have seen me as a threat. Instead, she chose to share, to make room for me in her daughter's life. That generosity changed everything.
She turned to James, and this man, my partner for 37 years, supported every step of this journey. When I said I wanted to build a relationship with a child who wasn't biologically his, he didn't hesitate. He said, "If she's your daughter, she's my daughter too." That's love. She acknowledged Jennifer and Robert. Then Christopher came into our lives, and we went through the process all over again. Jennifer and Robert had every right to be protective, to keep Christopher separate from this complicated situation, but they chose openness and inclusion, and I'm grateful. Finally, she turned to Sophia and Christopher. "You two are the best thing that ever happened to me. I didn't give birth to either of you, didn't raise you from infancy, didn't have all the experiences that typically define motherhood, but you are my children, and I love you with everything I have. Watching you grow into the remarkable adults you've become, watching you build your own families, has been the greatest privilege of my life." She raised her glass. "To families, the ones we're born into, the ones we choose, and the ones we never expected but can't imagine living without. Thank you all for being part of mine." The room erupted in applause, and Elena sat down, overwhelmed with emotion. Sophia and Christopher both came to hug her, and then Patricia, and then James. And soon she was surrounded by the people she loved most in the world. Later in the evening, as things were winding down, 5-year-old Maya climbed into Elena's lap. "Grandma Elena, tell me the story again." "Which story, sweetheart?" "The story about how you found Mommy." Elena smiled. This had become Maya's favorite story, the fairy tale of her family's origins. "Well, a long time ago, Grandma Elena wanted to have a baby very much. But sometimes, even when people want something very much, it doesn't happen the way they expect." She told the story in child-appropriate terms about how she'd helped another family have a baby, about how that baby grew up to be Maya's mommy,
about how they'd found each other years later and decided to be a family. Maya listened with rapt attention, even though she'd heard it dozens of times. "So I got two grandmas because of a mistake?" Maya asked. "Because of a happy accident," Elena corrected. "Sometimes the best things in life come from unexpected places." "I'm glad about the accident," Maya said seriously. "I like having two grandmas." "I'm glad about it too," Elena said, hugging her granddaughter close. As she held Maya and looked around the room at her assembled family, biological and chosen, traditional and unconventional, bound by blood and by choice, Elena reflected on the journey that had brought her here. It had started with grief, the grief of infertility, of lost possibilities, of a future that would never be. She'd spent years mourning the children she thought she'd never have. Then had come the doorbell. The strangers, the impossible revelation, the choice to open the door, to take a chance, to embrace uncertainty. Then had come the work of building trust, of respecting boundaries, of learning to co-parent across biological and social lines, of navigating holidays and milestones and ordinary days, of making room for more people, more love, more complexity. And finally had come this, a family, messy and complicated and beautiful, a family that didn't fit traditional definitions but worked perfectly in its own unique way. Elena thought about the woman she'd been at 42, standing at that door, making the choice that would define the rest of her life. She wanted to tell that woman that everything would be okay, that the fear and uncertainty would give way to love and connection and joy. But that woman wouldn't have believed it. She'd needed to live it, to experience it day by day, choice by choice, relationship by relationship. Now, at 65, Elena understood something she couldn't have grasped all those years ago. Family isn't about biology or convention or following a predetermined script. Family is about showing up day after day and choosing love. It's about making room for people in your heart and your life, even when it's complicated and messy and there's no roadmap. It's about opening the door when strangers knock, even when you're terrified of what that might mean. Because sometimes the strangers become family, and sometimes the family you never expected becomes the family you were meant to have all along. As the party continued around her, as Maya fell asleep in her arms and Christopher's son Raj toddled over to see what they were doing, as Sophia and Patricia laughed together across the room and James caught her eye with a warm smile, Elena felt complete. She'd spent years looking for the family she thought she wanted. Instead, she'd found the family she actually needed. And it was more than she ever could have imagined.